Hey, hey, welcome to the new stream. Hey, yeah, perfect timing here. Glad to see we already got some people in chat. Hey, Cruz. Hey, Levi. Good to see people are already in chat. That's a good sign for this stream. Hey, yeah, Cruz, I saw you were here first. Congrats. I think, I remember where we kind of left off our last stream, having modeled this much, which is starting to get kind of tired at the end of that last stream, but coming back and taking a look at this, I'm pretty happy with how this is coming along, you know? Still definitely got some stuff to implement, but man, this shell I thought was going to be a lot more hard, or a lot more difficult than I thought it would be. That makes more sense. Yeah, let's switch over this. There we go. That makes it a little easier to see. Music should be at a decent level. Kind of been going back and forth with the volume of the music for the last couple of streams, trying to find a decent balance that works well. Oh, hey, yeah, Levi. I kind of figured you were a new face. Welcome to the streams. So for the last couple of days, I've been streaming myself, working on the environmental and character modeling for my my own Five Nights at Freddy's fan game that I've been working on for a while at this point. I figured why not kill two birds with one stone and get some content out there by streaming myself working on it. And right now we're working on the final character, at least in terms of the main lineup of characters for the game. We've already got a couple of them. In the thumbnail I included one of the characters, this guy. He's sitting right over there. Once this guy's done, then all of the base characters will be ready to go and I can really start implementing the mechanic systems, or, well, kind of. I gotta make sure I have everything modeled first, and then we can start really looking at the actual game building process itself.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention
already
to
an
every
ad.
detail.
So many ads on YouTube. There we go. Just ad after ad after ad sometimes. Oh, hey, cool. You're making your own game too, guys? That's pretty fun. So currently, my hope is to get the game released on basically all available platforms. That being Itch, Steam, and GameJolt. Those are the three that are coming up. Those are the three, like, right in the front of my mind that I would love to get them up. Itch and GameJolt, almost guaranteed. I know Itch for a fact. GameJolt, almost guaranteed, pretty much guaranteed. And Steam, it's a bit of a mixed bag. I would like to get it released on Steam, but I'm gonna need to make sure I have the money since every Steam game costs a little bit to publish. But yeah, that's the current plan. And I hope to get it released on all three of those platforms, or if there are more I can think of, then more. But yeah. Yeah, no worries. Alright, let's see, I think we've got a lot of the base modeling for this character already done. I do know what I need next is the eyes. Little eye antenna. Thankfully, I'll only have to do half the work, at least for now, because of glorious modifiers. Yeah, we'll probably go... The eye stems will probably be a similar system to the, like, neck/body here. And we'll just duplicate these a couple of times up. Hey, Farad, welcome to the stream. Levi, currently the game is planned to be free, completely free. At least this first one. I would love to be able to start, you know, charging cheap for games in the future, but since this is one of my... This is like my first time ever making a project like this, and will only be like my third game ever published, the other two being very old and very simple. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable charging it. But at some point, I'd like to hope that I can reach the quality level necessary to justify making something off of my games. Let's see. There we go. That should be fine. Ah, nice. Oh, cool, nice. Well, I hope I'm entertaining enough to keep your attention for the whole stream. I am still pretty new to the whole, like, world of streaming in general, so I'm still trying to, you know, figure out the flow and feng shui of everything. But I'm trying. Now, how many segments should I do? Probably something like that. But I do feel like I might want to rotate these first ones, just so that they line up with the head more. There we go, something like that. And then UV sphere. Little trick for 3D modeling eyes, the easiest way possible. That. Then we're going to need to rotate this like that. There we go. Then we're going to take this one's X position, and paste it onto there. Make sure those are perfectly lined up. Nice. Now we're really starting to get snail. Alright, okay. I do gotta remember, I need to punch holes through the bottom there for the wheels. That's alright, Chris. Yeah, sadly there's no way to really share images on a YouTube stream. Oh, hey, Holly. Welcome back. Yeah, currently the TVs are hidden away in the main scene. The end of last stream, we got started creating this this new character in an empty scene, and once this is done, we'll be bringing them over back to the other one. I figured it would be a good idea to, you know, take a break from just constantly making the environments and finally finish off the final character, because once I finally get this character done, then it won't be hanging over my head anymore. Now, I do have an idea for a little face feature that I want to try adding. Little fake face thingy. Gonna add in those. Let's see, let's start with a shrink wrap modifier. Make sure that's all set up right. I think I need to subdivide before shrink wrapping. Oh, shoot. I think I need to offset this a little bit. well, first I probably need to apply that. Control A, all transforms. Set the origin back. Control A, all transforms. Set origin. There we go. Now we'll subdivide. Before or after? Before seems to work best. No, wait, no, maybe not. Yeah, okay, after works best. There we go. Oh, hey, Mushab, welcome back. Good to see you again. Oh, the character's name, Levi? Currently, I don't know. Currently, I don't have any names for the characters. We've kind of been going back and forth, brainstorming some ideas. Once I finally get all the characters fully modeled, I'll definitely have to sit down and finalize some names. But right now, they're going... they're kind of just going off of their animal-based names for now. As temporary placeholders. You know, it's funny you say your character, Mushab. I'm pretty sure that the character in your profile picture is Scott Cawthon's old avatar. Or current avatar. I think what I need now is a, what is it called? Solidify modifier. There we go. Set its offset to 0. Do something like that. Perfect. And now I'm going to mess around with it. There we go. That's creepy enough. If I scale it up, yeah, it should wrap around the head naturally. Yeah, perfect. That actually worked out really well. And if I shade smooth by angle, voila. Seems like a good mix between creepy and childishly cutesy. Well, maybe it is. You gotta check your bed again. Oh, but no, yeah, these... You guys know, you know snails. They got those big ol' like, antennas where their eyes stick out on the end of. Plus, it'll play into the mechanics. Alright, now that's that. We got the face there. Ooh, I think what I need to do now is finally punch in those holes. Let's see. Subdivision won't really work. What to do? What to do? I think if I add a loop cut edge to the front and back, go to point select, and I should be able to get the
now at Verizon, we have some big
knife
news
tool.
for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing
More
and new,
ads.
we're
So many ads. Oh, that's a Gary. Yeah, that's a fun referential name. Go to get in trouble with that though. Hey, Green Bear, welcome back. Or, no, Green Bean. Welcome back. Do you need a break from the ads? You are the ads that I'm trying to get a break from. That's all it feels like. Alright, we'll add a loop cut edge to those sides. Oh, wrong thing. Let's see, knife, there we go. And voila, now we have it all segmented. All right. Did that work? All right, let's try that again. We'll do that. Then mirror on the x-axis, and I should, yeah, there we go, be able to just do this. And then I'll just delete the faces, and we'll be good to go. Same with this one. Yeah, there we go, just about. Now for this top face, I'll probably just sort of inset it and then delete. And kind of create this bowl system. Now if I give it a solidify modifier, Control A, I'll transform, set the origin back to where it needs to be. That's weird. Ah, there we go. Oh, wait, no. How strange. Ah, okay. What I need to do, select all these edges here. Control E. Mark sharp. Control E, mark sharp. Is that? Yeah, there we go. Now it's shading properly. Oh, hey, Jason. Welcome to the chat. Let me just go through and make sure I didn't miss anything. Hey, Michaela, welcome back to the stream. Remember you from last time? Oof, wax, flaming wax. That sounds very dangerous. Mashab, yeah, if you want to add me as a reference in your game, yeah, I won't stop you. See anything wrong with it. Don't feel pressured to, but if you want to, feel free. Oh, hey, Levi. So you want to be a PNG YouTuber? Well, yeah, it's pretty simple, you know. Well, when it comes to actually making your avatars, or you're like a little tuber character, that's pretty simple. You know, you just open up whatever art program you have, you draw up whatever you want the character to look like. You'll probably want to create multiple versions, you know, one where their mouth is closed, one with their mouth open. Maybe create new sets where they have like different emotions that you can swap between, depending on what's going on. I do have a couple of others. I just usually don't bother switching between them too often because usually the default one is good enough for whatever I'm doing. But that's always good to have as an option, you know, to you. When it comes to the actually setting up the function of the PNG, I highly recommend the program called VitoTube Mini. It's a free program. I believe it's available through itch.io. It's very handy. It's a free program that kind of handles all the setup for you. You just plug in your characters, set up the settings you want, and then you open a program for recording your screen, you know, like OBS is the one I would recommend. And then you just gotta set up a scene that allows your character to show up on screen, and that'll be pretty much it. I'm kind of like, you know, skimming over and going pretty quickly over it, but I would highly recommend finding some YouTube channels recommending, you know, those programs, you know, maybe finding some good tutorials that go a little more in depth, but that's the general idea. Well, gotta clear those edges. There we go. Just gotta make those a little smaller and a little thinner. And voila, there we go. Ah, good way of seeing that these holes don't quite line up. Yeah, but that'll be fine. It's such a small detail. And because this is the same thing mirrored, I should be able to edit it pretty simply. Oh yeah, making FNAF fan games can be pretty difficult, especially if you want to make sure you have a good balanced system where all the mechanics work off of each other without getting anything too, you know, without getting anything too unnecessarily difficult. Oh, hey Michaela, I'm sorry to hear about the weird unsubscribe thing. I think it's got to be like a weird stream thing where it's not updating properly for some reason. Okay, Kruz. Well, it was good talking to you. Good seeing you in chat. I understand you gotta go. I did start stream a little later than I was hoping to. Oh, so yeah, I'm glad I could help you out, Levi. Glad I could give you some helpful information. Oh yeah, that's fair. When it comes to growing your subscriber base, you know, it's a combination of things. First things first, you're gonna need to you really want to try to maintain a schedule. You know, trying to upload pretty regularly, even if you can't upload insanely often. Just uploading regularly. You know, kind of at a similar time on the same day of the week. You know, that kind of stuff. That's a good way of keeping you in the algorithm. The algorithm really likes it when you do that. And then also maintaining your schedule, but also maintaining what's the word I'm looking for? Motivation. Motivation is important, you know, but you've also got to be able to force yourself to work whenever you maybe don't feel like you want to. And to do that, you really want to make sure what you're doing, you know, what you're making content about is really fun for you and you really enjoy it and you really want to do it. And when you kind of know what you want to do, and then you just got to kind of keep doing it over and over again constantly. And hopefully eventually, you know, the right audience will find your stuff. They'll start subscribing. Then once you start getting a bit of an audience and you start to see people liking some content over another, maybe you can start, you know, messing around, leaning back and forth, trying out slightly different versions of similar things until you kind of find what does well. You continue doing that. Hey, Green Bean, great to hear. I'm glad I could be the background noise for someone else also working on their own project. That's always fun. I love doing that with streamers. All right, there we go. Got the wheels in. That's pretty good. But now we've got to organize the pieces real quick. Let's see, new collection within this collection. We'll call this shell. We'll start off by just putting everything in there, and then selecting the specific stuff that needs to come out. New collection, Indo. There we go. Okay, so now I got it organized where I've got the pieces that are on the outside and the mechanical pieces that are going to be on the inside. Minus the wheels and the eyes. They're still part of the mechanical system, but they're technically on the outside. Right. I think first things first, I'm gonna need to grab something from here. Gonna select that, duplicate that, clear parent. Then I just need to make sure that I bring that over to the right file. Perfect. I'm trying to be, somewhat consistent when it comes to character designs and stuff. So for the endos, I want it to feel like it makes sense. So I'm making sure that I use the same endo head base for all of them. This guy's gonna need some definite changes. Hey, if that's what you're going for, that sounds good. That's good to hear. Taking notes, that's a good idea, you know. Good to have something to look back on to refer to whenever you're working on stuff. Yes, Levi. This is in fact Blender. It takes some time to get used to, but once you figure it out, you just can't stop. And yes, you were absolutely right, Holly. Once this character is done, we'll be making a mask version of the head in order to put inside the main office. Yeah, I could probably just do something like this. There we go. Perfect. Since there aren't any eyes on the front of this one, all right. Let's see, where are those going to be coming out of proper? More back here. Okay. Probably just need to add a new object for that. That'll make it easier. Save one more time, and then another cylinder. Oh, wrong thing. Smooth bat angle. That should be about the right angle. Nope. It's a decent bit off. And position's good too. Just about there. Quite a bit off, but that's alright. If I switch this to normals, yeah, there we go. I'm going to do that. It's going to look weird for just a second. Alright, perfect. Just got to bring that up a little higher. Nice. Yeah, that works. Sure, that works. Hey, thanks. Thanks for the sub, Levi. It's greatly appreciated. Any and all support is astounding. Alright, let's see. We got those pieces there. Now, I'm going to need more of these balls. What was that? Did I just duplicate the wrong thing? Ah, that's fine. Perfect. There we go. I don't know what that was. Why that was causing so many problems all of a sudden. What I also need to do is tab into edit mode, point select this, select that, and I should be able to duplicate this to some extent. Oh, what I probably need to do is duplicate that, then tab into that, and then I'm going to select everything except that. And just trying to get this bottom piece. This bottom piece is what I need in order to make all the attachments for all the ball joints in the animatronic. Delete that. Control A, set origin, turn that off, and voila, we got an extra one. Now we just need to create a new face there, and we're all good. Perfect. I'm gonna need a mirror modifier real quick. And now we can figure this out. Just about there. Up here, yeah, I can use this as a reference. This rotation just right. Almost. There we go. There we go, something like that. Hey, welcome, new person in the chat. Hey, good to see ya. Hey, yeah, I have seen the, I have actually seen the FNAF movie. It was a lot of fun. I think if I had to pick a favorite part, it would probably have to be the towards the end, whenever William Afton in the yellow rabbit suit comes out. It's just so good. I love that suit design. It's so well done. And Matthew Lillard, he does such a good performance as William Afton. It's amazing. I can't wait to see him through all the supposed flashbacks in the second movie. These don't quite line up there, so I'm probably, yeah. I'll just need to extend these down a little further. Perfect. I need the X position. There we go. Nice. Oh, well, now it doesn't. That's weird. Oh, that's why. Wrong position, I guess. Oh, Oh, it's just a Y position of 0. That's easy. Easy fix. Just gonna do that. Go there, extend. Perfect. If we show the shell again, yeah, there we go. It's starting to fill out with mechanical parts. Now this is going to be interesting, because these are going to need to be really short parts. I will need to do this. Alright, we go to local. Take the X. Well, now that I think about it, we should probably yeah, just be taking this one's X. And we get that lined up right there in the middle. Alright, it's looking pretty good. Nice, nice. Oh yeah, I think I do agree. I am excited. The first FNAF movie definitely has it's not perfect, you know, it's got some flaws. I still really enjoyed it, but it's not perfect. But hearing that, you know, Scott is talking about wanting to, he's, you know, changed the script and edited the script of the second and third movies to fit within the criticisms that he was given. I'm excited to see what the second and third ones are going to look like. I imagine it's going to be a consistent grow in quality. Oh hey, thanks for asking, Tenebris. I hope I'm saying that. Hey, I hope I'm saying that right. But thank you for asking. Yeah, my pronouns are he, him. You know, I don't really have like much of a problem with people using like any pronouns for me. You know, personally, I don't really have a problem with it. But those are the ones I tell people when people ask. Hey, new chatter. Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Yes, I will be setting up a proper armature for this. Oh wow, glad I could pronounce it correctly. I hope I did. Tenebris? Was that right? I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, don't worry. I mean, everyone here is probably a FNAF fan, and we're all kind of inherently nerds, aren't we? So. Alright, I should be able to just keep doing this now. Oh, shoot, moved that by accident. There we go. Oh, a Latin word. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, okay, yeah, Jado, I'll definitely be able to use that. That'll make pronouncing the name easier. You know, just so I don't want to get on anyone's nerves. But yeah, good to see you here. I'm glad you chose to stop by for the stream. Oh, really? Interesting. It's a fun meaning for the name. Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Kind of just went with whatever, you know. When I was designing my character, I wasn't really didn't really think about that at first. I was just kind of like, you know, they're made of wax. They can be whatever shape I want. I'll just do whatever. And then after the fact, I was kind of like, oh yeah, that's kind of whatever. I'm sure it's fine. I wish I had a waist like that in the real world, though. Oh yeah, you're a game developer too. That's fun. I always hesitate to call myself a game developer. I mean, by definition, I am. I'm a person who develops games as a hobby. But I've only released 2 games at this point. They're both very old and very basic. But I've made countless prototypes and countless tests and experiments. And since those 2 really old games years and years ago, I've definitely gotten better. But I always still hesitate to be like, do I call myself a game developer? I haven't really developed, I haven't really published much of anything here lately. I'm just gonna get that a little bigger. Here, if I turn on the X-ray, then I should be able to just do that. There we go. Well, if I switch over to points, then I can just select those points, move that up to about there. Oh yeah, that makes sense. That's understandable. I've always had a very simple name, so I've never had to worry about that, but I've always worried about that on behalf of other people unnecessarily. But yeah, Jado. I have always had a God, I can't talk when I live stream. Jeez, I have always had a problem with remembering names, but I will do my best to remember that. I just gotta remember it's the first part of your name, and that'll make it a lot easier. Yeah, I made my character grow up because it's a yeah. Yeah, that's relatable. That makes a lot of sense. Hey, welcome back again. Oh yeah, go for it. I've seen a couple of videos of people trying to make games in the Roblox engine. Seems like the number one thing that comes out of that is people being frustrated, but it is possible. And it is really nice to have such a massive form of localization, you know? You develop your game on a platform like that, and after setting up control systems just once, all of a sudden your game is now playable by everyone on any type of system ever, pretty much. Which, that's gotta feel great. Here we go. So here we go. We kind of got this. I've kind of tried to stick with a similar construction system in terms of the endoskeletons. I've got repeating design elements and mechanics that I'm trying to maintain. You know, I have this. Every joint kind of has the same kind of ball socket joint system with these 2 pieces. I think it's a good way of making sure that all the characters feel unique and have uniquely built skeletons for them specifically, but also they feel like they're made by the same person, you know, same design, same ideas. Oh, Lewis script. Oh, that's fun. That's a good one. I've really got to like study up more on all the different programming languages, make sure I'm at least know like some amount of all of them. That would probably be handy. Oh yeah. It's fully possible to make a a mascot horror game that isn't tied to anything as a fan game, but the market's just so saturated that people will usually just assume that it is some sort of FNAF fan game. Well, in my case, it actually is a FNAF fan game, but not in everyone's case. I need to see if I can offset this just a little bit. Make it uneven there, but at the very least won't be clipping through that as much. There we go. It's not too bad. Got a good flow going for the head at least. We can kind of build off of there. See how that's going. Oh, Jado, yeah. Currently, I am modeling just a snail animatronic. It's the fourth character that I've modeled. This is the last character out of all the like standard characters that I need for the game. Once this character is done, then all like the base characters for the actual game will be ready to go. Then I can start implementing their mechanics into the game. Well, implementing them into the game. What I mean by that is I can start modeling the environmental details that are needed for their mechanics in the game. And then later on, I can actually start going into my software and start programming them. Actual programming, I haven't really made any progress yet because of the pre-rendered style of my game. I need to have all the art and scenes fully done and ready to go before I can even consider opening up the program. Smile. Yep, that's correct. Smile. Oh, an Unreal developer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've tried using Unreal Engine a couple of times. It's such like a behemoth of a program. It's got so much to it and it seems great, but man, it takes so much to run properly. I think actually I'm gonna adjust this shell slightly. Just put it right over there. Just choking up on the head a little too much. Now there's a little more space for the head to rotate around once I get that all done. Let me see, let me make sure all this is coming out correct. Yeah, that seems about right. Oh wait, I only just realized this isn't this isn't really even. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. Oh, that just fixed the lineup issue with that thing. That was an easy fix. Alright, good. Now, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna need... I'm just gonna duplicate one of these over. Going to delete its mirror modifier, set its X position to 0, so now it's perfectly in the middle. And now, I'm going to scale it up, because this one's bigger. A bigger joint. Alright, do need to move some of these things around though. That does need to be made a little bit bigger. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I'm gonna need another one of these. Duplicate that, move it over here. Oh, no. Switch to global movement. There we go. That's always annoying when I forget to do that. And if I turn on snapping, make sure it affects rotation, I can pretty easily rotate this all around and flip it without having to do it individually. Set that to that. Move that to about there. And then scale. Make sure, yeah, those are good. All lined up on the proper axes. Oh, here looks like I missed some chats. Let me go back through and catch up on these real quick. Oh yeah, Michaela, I'm really sorry about the whole unsubscribe thing. I have no idea why that's happening. I think it's got to be an issue with the live stream. I am wondering if it's actually unsubscribing you, or if it's just telling you that you are when you're not. It's so strange. Oh yeah, Jado, you're good at modeling? Oh, that's good. It's good to have a confidence in your own abilities. I'm sure you are. I'm sorry, Michaela. I really don't know what like the whole like unsubscribing subscribing thing is. I have no idea what could be causing that or how to fix it. Oh yeah, at this point, the FNAF fan game sphere is so big, and there are so many people constantly making games in it that it's hard not to consider it a genre all on its own. It's kind of crazy. For me, it's a doorway. Oh wow, cool. That's interesting. I remember doors. I haven't really played a whole heaping lot of Roblox, but there are definitely a few gems in there that are really well made by some real talented developers. Oh, okay. Your pronouns are she, they. All right. Thank you for letting me know. I'll definitely be sure to keep that in mind. That's good to know. Oh yeah, Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. That's a classic. I remember that. Any game inspired by that is bound to have some heart. All right, cool. Oh, that is true. Blueprints are amazing. I love visual scripting of any kind. That's so handy. It's so much easier for me to wrap my head around how to handle visual scripting, whether it's like blueprints or construct or I guess just visual scripting. I think that's all it's called in Unity or whatever. Not that I use that program anymore, but that's always been a much easier way for me to learn. Alright, see you in a bit. Oh yeah, you might not even be hearing what I'm saying. Ready. This thing is the Indian Angel. You sort of just silly monster, is like a ragdoll, use an ethnic character, an angel is a depressing angel. That's fun. It's a good lineup of characters. You've already got names, so you're ahead on me when it comes to my characters and their details. I've got some personalities and some ideas, you know, like if they were show performers, I kind of know what their dynamics would be, but for their in-game stuff, like their mechanics and stuff, I've got that mostly figured out. Oh yeah, fair enough. Roblox that's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of things. There's one game, I can't ever remember what it's called, that's pretty fun. I don't play it that often though. Usually if I'm going to play something, I'll just jump on Steam or Itch or whatever. Dog watching. Alright, I'll keep that in one mind. I mean, who knows? Gaming stuff doesn't really do very well on my channel, but maybe I could start streaming it. If you guys were ever interested in getting my commentary on random indie horror games, that could be fun. Random horror Roblox rooms. Because I know Roblox can do good for numbers on channels. No, Holly. Currently, I still don't have a name for the game yet. I'm so indecisive about names. It's so difficult for me to figure out what I want to name anything, really. Larry. That's a pretty fitting name. I like that name. I do kind of like how it's reminiscent of Gary, without just straight up being the same copied name. Oh, Green Bean, that's cool. That's cool. Oh yeah, me too. I also love being able to talk about game development. I don't really have anyone else that I know in person who really is really into game development the same way I am. Or like animation. I guess on a larger scale, yeah, animation as a whole, or art in general. I've got family members who like to listen and like to talk, but no one else who's really trying to do the same stuff that I am, so it's nice to be able to find people to, you know, chat about those kinds of interests on a deeper level with. Alright, one of my favorite little things to do with these Indo designs is coming up with fun, but ultimately unnecessary little design features. Gonna inset that. This is the fastest way I know how to make these little details. Move that one back out a little bit. Smooth by angle, and voila. Now you've got something that seems to look like some sort of mechanical doohickey that does something important, surely. In fact, I could probably also do this. Smooth by angle. Perfect. Now that's a doohickey if I've ever seen one. And now the body. This is going to be interesting. I'll probably just, you know, like connect this to the base. Maybe create some sort of net system that's kind of holding up the whole character. I did think about maybe adding like a joint here or something so you could animate the back end kind of flipping up and down. But with the shell, it might not work. Unless I also attach the shell to the back end, but weight-wise that would be a little unbelievable. But maybe it would look better. Hey, welcome back. You didn't miss too much. Oh yeah, I kind of figured you inspired Larry from Larry from Gary. But it's a fun little referential name. Ooh, I have actually. I have in fact played FNAF VR before. It's terrifying. It's on a whole new level. I remember I was terrified back in the day of like the original FNAF games when I was young and they were first coming out, and I was playing them for the first time. I couldn't play them for more than a couple of minutes without getting terrified and leaving. But then eventually, you know, you get used to it, and you really adapt to it, and then eventually now I look back on the games and they do have good atmosphere and can definitely still scare me, but ultimately I'm used to it. I kind of know what to expect. But jumping into VR to replay those same games for the first time, oh, that was something else. It was a whole new level of terrifying, especially getting to see them actually move around you. Hey, Levi, congrats. I'm glad you're able to figure out Blender. Blender was one of those programs I've gone back and forth with Blender for years, trying to figure it out, but eventually it just clicked. And here I am, working it like it's no big deal. It is really fun once you finally get that click moment, but it can take a while to reach that point. Oh, really? That's fun. That's even more impressive, you know. I know people like, you know, Roblox doesn't have like the greatest reputation as a platform or company for good reason, but it can't be understated how impressive it is, like the kinds of things that people are able to make in a program like Roblox with all of its limitations and struggles. Exactly. You're right there. You hit the nail right on the head. You don't need to actually make it do something. You just need to make it look like it does something. Yeah. Tenebris, I keep hesitating to say your name because you said I said it right once, and now I'm terrified that I'm never gonna say it right again. You are absolutely right, though, Tenebris. Yeah, nothing needs to actually nothing needs to do what it looks like. Well, wait, no. God, I've got myself in a logic loop. It doesn't need to actually do what you want it to do. It needs to look like and convince the viewer that it does what it looks like it does. Something like that. Yeah, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. I'm basically just confusing your own words. Oh yeah, I would love to stream myself playing VR games at some point, especially FNAF VR. I'd have to look and see if I can get my headset right. I definitely need to buy a new charger for that thing. Otherwise, that thing will die within like half an hour of streaming on it. But I mean, if I could figure out how to get streaming to work properly in VR, and I could actually do that would be a lot of fun. At some point, hopefully. As a compromise in the meantime, though, I would love to know if you guys would at all be interested in seeing me stream playing games. I've done a few gaming streams here and there. I think I've done, over the course of my channel, I think I've done 2 gaming live streams, or 3. Was it 2? 2 or 3. They weren't great performing early on, but I mean, hey, now that I've got some more proper audience, maybe I could do that. That could be a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely let me know if you would be interested in that. Of course, I'll still be doing plenty of art streams and modeling streams and game development streams, because I love doing those too. Antagonist, my game is similar to the pit trap being a manifestation of sin. Ooh, that's a fun idea. Out of tar and agony, Shadow Freddy's suit is a persona to dawn. That's pretty interesting, Green Bean. I like that idea. The Springtrap, Pit Trap character design from the books and eventually the game is one of my favorites. I love that interpretation of the character. It's so freaky looking. If models duplicate the main model, let's scale the model and edit a... Ooh, that's interesting. I gotta look at that. I've gotten comfortable with all like the basics in Blender and all like figuring out how like the general stuff works. But I will say, modifiers, I think I know about surface level, or like the surface level stuff I know very well, but anything deeper than that, I'm still a little in the dark, which is probably where I really need to start practicing more and really start figuring out. I think that's my next step in terms of my Blender and 3D journey, is really figuring out the next deeper level of Blender modifiers. Let's see. Let me just... New face. New face. There we go. Oh, shoot. Control E, clear sharp. Except for these ones. Control E, mark sharp. There we go. Alright. Start building that out, figuring out how that's going to look. Kind of create this sort of mesh net system. Kind of got into some of the other animatronics too. Interesting, interesting. Oh yeah, glad to hear you're getting better at your modeling, programming, and everything, Jay. Ooh, I think I remember that one. The FNAF 2 Reimagined. I think I've seen people play some of those. There are some very impressive FNAF fan games on like Roblox and those kinds of things. It's insane. Oh god, 6 hours? Jado, 6 real-world hours of FNAF in real time. I can't imagine. God, I mean, great for a stream. Great, very clickable thumbnail and title for a stream, and a great way to just kind of sit there and talk with chat. Play a game for 6 straight hours, but god, 6 real-world hours of just FNAF 1 endlessly. I can't imagine. Man. Fantasyland. All right. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to keep this point in the stream memorized. That way I know to come back to this and check that. And I'll have to see what that is. Oh yes, by far, Tenderbears, the subdivision modifier is like the most utilized modifier, I think. At least in terms of final products. Maybe I think the mirror modifier might just eke it out as like very like similar levels of usage, but the mirror modifier is usually deleted once you actually figure out what the model looks like. But the subdivision modifier, that one is permanent pretty much. Oh yes, the solidify modifier, I am definitely using that, Jado. That is a very useful little tool. Because having to model both the inside and outside of an object that has like empty space like a suit of any kind is very tedious and very annoying. It's so much easier to just give it a solidify modifier, maybe put a level 1 subdivision after that, shade smooth, and then now you only have to deal with one layer of modeling. Oh yeah, Levi, that's how it really feels at the end of the day, you know. It's kind of like that thing, you know, when you're young and you're a kid, you look up at the older kids or you look up at parents and you're like, oh, they have everything figured out. They know what they're doing. And when I grow up, I'm going to understand. And then you grow up and you realize, oh my God, no one knows anything about anything ever. And we're all just futzing around in the dark trying to figure out what to do. That's life, baby. Hey, Bad Times. I remember you from last time. Welcome to the next stream. We're making a lot of progress on the character. Also chatting a lot. Trying to make sure I keep up with chat. Wanna make sure I don't miss anything. And in doing so, I'm kind of making slower progress than usual. But as long as we're keeping up, we're chatting still. I'm sure everyone's all right. Ooh, Tattletale. Oh, Michaela. Oh, Tattletale. You don't want to get me started on Tattletale. I love that game. That game. It's so nostalgic for me. It's when I think about the kind of like when I think about what I eventually want to be able to make in terms of like an indie horror game, I hope to someday make a game like Tattletale. Like Tattletale is kind of my goal as a solo game dev is to eventually make something that I can say matches up to that game in quality. It's not like a crazy like insanely high bar, but it takes such simple elements and uses them so well. I just wish they did more with it, you know? Well, kind of back and forth. On one hand, I would have loved to have gotten more Tattletale content, but at the same time, if getting more Tattletale content would have led to burnout and would have led to worse games that felt kind of cheap, then maybe it's better that it stays as is. But man, still. Seven-hour stream? I don't think we've been going quite that long. But a 7-hour stream, that would be insane. If I could maintain a 7-hour long stream, that would be crazy. Whoa. Wait a minute. We're actually doing pretty good. I haven't actually taken the time to look at my my concurrent viewers. We've got a decent amount of people here. That's pretty good. Considering that we're only an hour in, which, all things considered, I didn't even realize we were past the 1 hour mark. Hey, give it up. Past 1 hour. Woo woo, we did it. Made it to the first checkpoint. Oh, Fared. I'm sorry to hear if you're in the hospital. I hope everything's alright. I hope you're doing alright, if that is true. Hi, hello there again, old sport. Well, you know, Princelle, welcome back to the stream, but you know, we're all entitled to our opinions. You know, I'm not gonna say you're wrong or anything. Yep, all our lives. Yeah, Tattletale. Mwah. I love that game. I've gone back and rewatched people play that game so many times. It's one of my most regularly rewatched, like, old playthroughs. Especially Mark, you know, of course. The vibes in that game are just spot on. And something about the sound design and the whole, like, select system and the way the UI and everything works in that game is just so satisfying. It scratches my brain in the best way. Yep. Yep. You know, Printel, you're not wrong. It does kind of look like a roller skate. Here in a sec, I can let me see. Here, does this make it a little more clear maybe? once I really start getting in the textures and materials after I finish the endoskeleton, then maybe we'll start to get a little more snail-like. TRTF rebuilt mines. TRTF. Let me look that up, because I feel like that sounds familiar. Huh? Looking through these images, no, I don't think I've heard of this one. Oh, I'm seeing a pretty cool Freddy head design though. That's pretty interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll keep that tab open. Look into that, see what that is. Yep. Markiplier. Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier, and welcome back to another game of Five Nights at Freddy's. We're gonna be chugging a gallon of milk while I beat 420 mode for the 5th time in a row. God, I shouldn't be allowed to do impressions. I'm just embarrassing myself. Alright, let's see. Make sure I have that selected. Let's turn on that. Let's start lining this up as best I can. There we go. And I think I can just extend off of those so it doesn't get all weird and stretched. Outside the shell again. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I've got to take this platform out of the shell category and put that into the endo category. That makes much more sense. I like having my characters organized within organization, where there's one folder for the entire character, and then there's one folder for the character's shell and exterior pieces, and then one for all the interior and mechanical pieces. Keeping organized in any sort of program or animation is key to success. Oof, God, I don't know if you guys can hear that. My chair is creaky and crackly. I think this thing is gonna fall apart on me at some point. Oh, 2D spring bunny, that's fun. Oh yeah. So when it came to the way that the snail was gonna get around, I knew that it couldn't just give him legs. So I figured, well, what would a company do? Well, maybe they would just build it on a platform and kind of play sound effects while they roll it around, maybe pull it on a string. I thought maybe that could be pretty terrifying. You're walking through an abandoned building, you hear a creaking, you turn around and you just see a cart with a giant model snail, just the snail perfectly still, just slowly rolling towards you. Ugh, God, that would terrify me. If I had to delete all the FNAF games but keep one, which will you keep? God, oh man. Ooh, that's a hard choice. I mean, my first impression is like the first one, because it's like, you know, it's a classic, it's the original. But then, if we're keeping one, maybe FNAF 2. That one's got some of the most iconic like elements and gameplay mechanics and character designs. It's also the one that really starts pushing into lore. It's got the mini games. The third one, Springtrap is such an iconic character that you'd think maybe him, but the game itself is a lot more simple and toned down compared to like the second game's mechanics. And the fourth one is a classic, but it more so relies on your knowledge and experience with the last games to make sense. So if like FNAF 4 on its own, without the context of the previous 3 games, would feel so off, you know? It really needs those other games. Sister Location could be a pretty good choice. Out of all of them, I feel like Sister Location works the most as a standalone project. Well, at least in terms of like mechanics and somewhat story elements, but the story also requires a lot of knowledge from previous things. I don't know. Either FNAF 2, Sister Location, maybe Pizzeria Simulator, since that one's like the big ending of the story. You could probably put a few puzzle pieces together without all the context in that one, just to come up with a half-decent conclusion. Ultimate Custom Night is a lot of fun. If you were going, I guess it kind of depends what you want to preserve. If you want to preserve the feeling and vibe of classic FNAF, then you would save FNAF 2. If you want something that kind of illustrates more of like a lot of story stuff and important things happening, then maybe Sister Location or Pizzeria Simulator. But if your goal is to just, oh god, ooh, something in my throat. I need to get some water at some point again. But maybe if you were just trying to preserve as much content and as many characters as possible, then you would probably want to go for Ultimate Custom Night. Hey, Britton Sal, glad you came around. Glad you were able to recognize the snail for what it is. The Return to Freddy's, that's what that is. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I've definitely heard of that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that, see what that is. If it looks interesting enough and there's enough demand, maybe I can stream myself playing it. That could be fun. Man, I'm getting lost in the chat. I'm trying to figure out where my place was. Want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, you would, Michaela, you'd keep FNAF 2? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That's a really good one. That's definitely up there in my choices. It's either FNAF 2, Pizzeria Simulator, Sister Location, Ultimate Custom Night. One of those four. Each one, which one was picked, I think depends on what aspect of the franchise you're wanting to save. Mark, hello everybody, my name is Markiplier, and today I'm going into the ocean. Blah, 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 blah. W Snail, yeah, glad you're coming around to the snail. Oh yeah, definitely. This is the kind of animatronic that never works properly. Pretty much. Yeah, green bean. Here, let me, I'll go ahead and, I might as well. I'll go ahead and pull that up just so I remember. You know, just get a look at it. I can't promise that I'll play anything on stream, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. Let's see. Don't worry, guys. We'll be making more progress on the model real soon. Just as soon as we get all caught up with chat. Oh yeah, this guy would definitely fall off the stage. These rolly wheels, they're not made to last. Alright, interesting. I think, yeah, I've got the page pulled up. I'll keep that in mind. I've got two fan games pulled up on my screen just to keep those in the back of my mind. Alright. Oh yeah, that would be creepy. Oh yeah, kids restaurant. This giant wheeled animatronic just starts creaking forward on the stage because some of the wheels maybe got imbalanced. He's not sitting on the platform quite right. Just falls over, crushes a kid. This now leans on the wrong way and flies off. Yeah, he just they programmed it the wrong way. They got someone in the back trying to control him, moving him around the correct way. He just falls off the stage, goes flying, lands on one of the tables, crushes it. Oh yeah, I don't know what it is about snails and the color green, but it just feels right. The snail's most definitely going to be some green. Oh yeah, Jado, game development for a year. Wow, yeah, that's some serious dedication. I've been developing my game for how long? I'd say a couple months at this point. I'm still far from done. I've got a lot of development to go before I'm finished, but I've spent these first couple months like planning everything. I've got all the pre-prep stuff, the mechanics, the characters, the lore, the stories, the mini games, the Easter eggs. All that stuff is figured out, ready to go. Now I like drew up some of the characters, and now I'm modeling, texturing, building the environments, figuring out the mechanics. And then I can start working on the animations, and then it'll finally be time for proper coding, which is going to be a whole beast on its own. Oh yeah, you hated a security breach, Princel? That makes sense. I think that's justifiable. I personally wouldn't say I hate it, just because, it's one of those things. I'm probably looking at the franchise with rose-colored glasses, and I'm so in love with it that I can't bring myself to hate anything that it makes, but it's definitely the weakest of all the games by far, and it's got a lot of problems. But I do feel like there's some serious heart behind it, There's plenty of games that are well developed, don't have a lot of bugs, are made how they're supposed to be, but are just bad, boring, generic, whatever, made by companies. But Security Breach is kind of the opposite, where it feels like a game that was really made with, it feels like there's a lot of heart, there's a lot of intent behind it. The intent didn't work out very well, and the game's really busted, but I could definitely see they were trying. And I think the Ruined DLC is a great example of them going back in the right direction after the fact. Ah, yes, 100 TVs versus 1 Markiplier. I think he's coming out. Well, I guess it depends. If Markiplier is on his own, he's probably losing to 100 TVs, but you give him a gallon of milk, maybe. Put Chica's life on the line, he's definitely winning. That is true. The game definitely looked a little strange. I did think the character designs were a lot of fun. I did really like their character designs. But I do wish that they maybe, turned out some of the lights, maybe make it a little more atmospheric, put a little bit more time figuring out the AI systems for the animatronics, and move the story to focus a little more on Gregory himself. I don't know. Vanessa was definitely one of the most underutilized aspects of that game that could have used some serious tuning, maybe put a little more focus on her as an enemy. Oh yeah, like this, I'm just gonna sit here and... This chair is so noisy. I put this thing together myself, years ago, and I've just been using the same chair constantly, every day for hours. And this is on its last legs. It's going out soon. But I want to try to... I've always tried to be as still as possible, try to make as little noise to avoid making too much of a disturbance. Oh, classic snail emoji. That looks just like the one from Adventure Time. Oh, don't worry. The snail will die in our hearts. Oh yeah, I've heard of people eating snail. What is it called? What's that called? There's that dish, where you eat prepared snail right out of the shell. It's some super high-end, super classy food thing. You don't really eat for nutrients. You eat it to be fancy. But it's got to taste some kind of good if that many people are eating it. Snail. Oh yes, Levi. I do in fact have lore for this game. I've spent a decent amount of time going back and forth on the story and the lore and all that. I've got a whole story, a whole explanation for why everything is the way it is in my brain, and I've got a bunch of little details in mind that'll be scattered throughout the game to allow the player to come to find the details, come to their conclusions. I want it to be obvious enough that people can, see that it's there, kind of get a general idea what's going on, but still hidden enough that if you want to look deeper and you really want to look into it, then you can find more details. Strike a good balance. Oh yes, Green Bean, I found the game with your account, your same profile picture, so pretty sure that's it. How many FNAF games, including FNAF fan games, have I played? Let's see, there's the base games I've definitely played. 1, 2, 3, 4, Social Location, 7, 8. Fan game, fan game, fan game, fan game. I'd have to say at least like 20, I feel. I can't remember all of them very specifically, but I think I can pretty confidently say at least 20 in terms of including all of the actual games that I've played, plus the fan games that I've played. A lot of them being very quick, short, little simple ones, you know, made by people for as first-time game devs, but still fan games. Oh, hey, Mr. Fish. Hey, sorry it took me so long to finally get down to where you left your first message. I've been really trying to get through chat, make sure I see everything going on. Good to see you here. I'm glad you decided to join us. Oh, hey, Tenebris, welcome back. Don't worry, you didn't miss too much. I'm mostly just keeping up with chat again. Oh, Jado, 2 years of game development. That's crazy. That's a lot. Oh, yeah. Lore? Plenty of lore. Lore for everyone to go around. Kind of. This snail is gonna be big. Like, this snail is big. He's big, he's slow, he's lumberous, and he is gonna be a bit of a menace. In a very soft, subtle way. What engine do I use? I've gone back and forth with a couple of engines trying things, but this game is, well, it's kind of, weirdly enough, it almost feels almost embarrassing to say, I think, but it's still a game engine. I'm going to be using a game engine called GDevelop, or GDevelop 5. It's very rudimentary, it's very simple, but it's a purely visual-based programming system that is mostly utilized for 2D games. Like, it does have some basic 3D capabilities, but it's not great. But it's a program that I've used for years, you know, coming back and forth, using it on and off. And it's been a great way for me to figure out the basics of coding without having to commit all the time to go into like the nitty-gritty. Like, I do want to someday transition to a proper larger engine, but for now it works for what I need. And for this specific game, I actually made a little test scene, a little test game to see if it would work for the idea that I have with this game, and it does. It has all the key features needed to make the kind of game that I want to make. I started developing in March 8th of 2023, Jada. That's a lot. Oh yeah, making music, Princess. That's still cool. Development does take a lot of time to figure out. Oh, I do want it to be unique in ways. Tenebris, I guess it's kind of a mix. I guess I don't fully know the difference between like just a pure FNAF fan game versus being unique, but I do want to set it apart. Lore-wise, it's not just like a straight up, this is the Fazbear Entertainment building, but in a different universe with a different coat of paint. It's a its own lore. It's still a fan game because it's based off of the ideas and the story of the original game, but it's completely unique to itself. It's in its own universe. It's not just like retelling one of the stories. It's completely unique to itself in that sense. Mechanics share a lot of similarities, and there's a lot of overlap in that sense, but I still want them to be unique in smaller ways, in various ways, and some of the mechanics I want to be relatively unique. Oh yeah, my chair is dying. Bits and pieces of it are just constantly falling out. This thing is going to collapse on me one day, and it's going to be hilarious. Ooh, yes, you're absolutely right, Tenebris. Escargot. I can't believe I couldn't think of what that dish was called. Escargot, exactly. Hey, congrats, Leva. I'm glad your development is going pretty well. Do I have my soul right now? It feels like it. You know, chatting with everyone, keeping up with everything. That feels like I got a soul. Yeah, go ahead, Tenebris. If you wanna share some lore for your game, go ahead. 100 gorillas versus this robotic snail. I think the snail starts off with the advantage because they won't know what it is or see it coming. But the moment the snail starts bumping into one of them, trying to take him out, I think the gorillas tear it to pieces. But then the soul inside of it is freed, and then it just goes and possesses one of them, and then they're all dead. Or not, who knows? Guess it depends on what the lore of the snail is. You'll never know. Whoa. But eventually you will. Oh, that's cool. A reactor core facility, that's fun. Love a good old reactor core, some sort of giant, dangerous device at the center of everything. Snail, yep. Oh, I see. Okay, so yeah, technically this isn't... I wouldn't call this pure FNAF in that sense, because I guess a little bit of lore that I can give away for the game. It doesn't take place within the existing FNAF universe. It's a unique universe where the Fazbear Entertainment industry does not exist. At least as we know it in the current lore. Oh yeah. I mean, constantly having to fish out just the tiniest bit of escargot out of those tiny little snails. I'm sure he'd love to just dig this guy out. He's like 5 times your size or something. 500 marks versus 500 TVs? That's hard to say. I think they help each other, though. They all utilize their cult leader-esque improvisate. God. They give good speeches and they motivate each other and then they destroy the TVs. Ah, that's simple. If he's got no weapons, if that includes no milk, then he's probably going to be on the ropes at the very least. Yeah, sure, Grim. We can go ahead. Feel free to share some lore. Sadly, currently this game won't be multiplayer just because of the nature of it. It's very simple and very like locked in and set. So this one won't have multiplayer, but that would be a cool idea. I do love the idea of eventually being able to make a FNAF inspired horror multiplayer game at some point. Oh yeah. Oh man, well there goes my soul again. All right, sorry that took a while. I finally caught up with chat though, and I'll try to make sure I don't let it get away from me. All right, man, I almost forgot I was modeling there for a second. All right, let's start getting this implemented. I could probably start off by just kind of duplicating these across the way. Yeah, something like this. And then once they're all in, I can customize their height a little bit to make them fit a little more, so that way they're not clipping as much. I'll just start off by kind of getting all of them placed. Well, it seems like all the ones up front at the very least are fine. Not clipping at all. But this one is. This one will shrink down like that. Could probably, yeah, just select all of them. Shrink them down like that. There we go. Oh, shoot. Duplicated that by accident. Alright, there we go. You're probably not even really going to see that a whole lot, but it's there. It's something. And then I'll just need to create some sort of base for this to connect down onto there. And then we'll have a proper snail endoskeleton. A real creepy one. These almost look like ribs. Makes them more terrifying. Hey, another returning chatter. Hey, welcome back. Yeah, you're not wrong. He looks very shoe-like. So universe as a disgruntled employee loses. Oh, that's cool. I came a program to do with the children the entertaining to do, but since the children panel out, there's a lot of fake files. Oh, that's fun. All right. Oh yeah, hey, Springtrap. I'm sure you're the real one. I remember you from last time. Welcome. Purple guy, no. Oh god. Yeah, I think we're all doing pretty good. I'm doing good at least. Feel good about these streams. You know, I'm surprised I'm getting so much good like community back and forth. You know, it feels good to be able to stream and actually have people communicate back and forth about everything. Oh, Tenebus, you're so correct. Shift D. How do I keep forget about those little shortcuts, man? I've said it before and I'll say it again. In Blender, shortcuts are everything. God, I gotta remember that. Shift D. That'll be so much faster. Mods. I would like the idea of being able to have mods for the game, but I'm not sure. Just because I don't know how they would really work is the problem. Just because the game is going to be made completely comprised of pre-rendered assets and models and scenes and everything. So if there were mods, you wouldn't just be swapping out one 3D model for another. You'd have to be swapping out one pre-rendered like image for another pre-rendered image. So what do they do with the kids? Yeah, they kind of do a lot of harm. They got shut down. Oh, okay. Oh, it's fun. I'm going back and forth. I'm getting two different lore drops at once. Building they use live and reunite them. Eats 5 teenagers. That's aggressive. Wow, fun lore though. Oh yeah, you're not wrong. That it's a very foot-shaped creature. Really, I'll have to look them up. I gotta find more streamers to watch. There's a handful that I watch, but usually when I'm watching streams, I'm usually watching VODs. Oh yeah, this guy's very goofy. Especially just like pretty much any animatronic that you design is gonna look really goofy, just like on its own in base like default lighting, default pose. The hope is that once I kind of get into scenes and I get some good lights going and I really build up the environmental storytelling, it'll help. No, Shift Alt S. I'll have to keep that in mind. Good shortcuts. One purple guy versus 2 Markipliers. Yeah, that's hard to say. I think he squashes his nose. These are big melon arms. Foxy character from my name. Basically, it was an unused model of Foxy. It was a killing one you see is a good always part of. Oh, interesting. Oh, Progen. I think I remember those species. I'll have to look that up. Man, I'm taking so many notes of things to check out. Alright, cool. I'll keep that in mind. Whew. Oh, God, man. I'm coming around on summer. My allergies are not happy about it. That'd be hilarious. Just an animatronic that's just a giant foot that comes out of a hole in the ceiling. You just gotta watch out for all the holes placed throughout the building. That's fun. Oh, there's a character name. Georgie is friend of the animatronic characters and the main character looks like. Oh, that's fun. Oh, yeah. My allergies are awful. I can't even do any basic yard work without my allergies killing me. Obviously, I still have to. I can't just choose not to do yard work, especially when you got people telling you that they're going to kick you out of your home if your grass is an inch too long. Ugh. But, you know, it is what it is. I've been dealing with them for my entire life, and I'll continue to deal with them for the rest of my life. Unfortunate side effect. Also not great when you have a dog that's constantly shedding in the summer. Yeah, I'm looking at you. You can't see her, but my dog is sitting in the room with me right now. She is just lying on the floor underneath the fan, enjoying the cool air, blowing loose hair everywhere. There we go. That's a little weird. Oh, that's why. Oh, man. I think I know what I can do. Undo that. We'll do this bevel first. Then we'll do this inset. It's a little tip. The order in which you do your edits matters. Sounds pretty simple, but it does, and it's very important. Perfect. It's a good base. We'll continue to expand off of that. Kind of put something underneath where the wire frame is going to make it feel like there's mechanical stuff under there doing something important. Oh yeah, conveniently placed God, I can't talk. Conveniently placed holes in the ceiling. You need to watch out. Do I know any furries? Actually, well, yeah, I've got in my personal life, I know a few people, but in terms of content creators, I think I know a couple. There's one YouTuber, a lot bigger than me, another Five Nights at Freddy's YouTuber, Glamrock Dusky. They've got a pretty sizable channel. If you're watching me, then you've probably already watched them, but I believe they are. Maybe? I could be wrong. I think so. They've got a furry avatar at the very least that they use when they stream. There's a pretty large and noticeable overlap of the furry community and the Five Nights at Freddy's community, you know? Both centering around anthropomorphic characters, largely. Comical Freddy's, Silver Endo, and glitches and crashes your game. If you look at it for 5 seconds. That can be cool. I do have, Levi, I don't know if you were here for my last stream, but in my last stream I did spend a lot of time modeling a back room with a bunch of spare endoskeleton parts and pieces in there. That could be fun. Maybe I put a little Easter egg in there where one of the animatronics moves or changes and you sit there looking at him for too long and he kills you. Oh, yep, sorry. Sorry, I am trying to... You know, trying to keep my language relatively clean, but I always go back and forth on it if I'm not thinking. No, not on my Christian Minecraft server. Can't say anything that would offend me. Don't do it. No. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear if you really are having a terrible day. Denebris, I'm so sorry to hear that. Penguin versus me? I don't think I could take a penguin in a fight. I don't think I could. Being fully honest, A lot of those penguins are a lot bigger than you would think they are, and they are vicious. Anything with any sort of a beak, God. Especially if we're in their environment. Well, I mean, I guess it would be covered in layers, maybe that would help, but God. Oh, so the snail's gonna be... I don't want to go too far into, like, spoiler territory, but I can definitely talk a little bit about some stuff. Basically, he's gonna kind of be the, slow looming threat that kind of, you have to kind of think about. Overall, you're not going to be doing a whole lot to actually, like, interact with the snail throughout the game, but he's gonna kind of be this, like, omnipresent threat that you always have to keep in the back of your mind. If you forget about him, something could happen. Kind of like the puppet from FNAF 2. Kind of that inspiration, you know, that kind of vibe. I think I need to delete this edge and then... Oh wait, let me also make sure I select those ones. Make sure this is even with the floor. There we go. Perfect. Alright, the shell. Let's see where that point is. Kind of go there, and then maybe we'll do the same thing again. I'll scale it down slightly, but then... Oh, I know, I'll inset it slightly and then just scale it down. And then once again... Look through, go to the X, select all these, scale, Z, 0, enter, move that just below the board, tab, off that, tab, this... Man, too many edges there. But it should hopefully be fine. There we go. Smooth my angle. Okay, nothing too complex, just a little bit of something. You can imagine there's a whole lot of stuff going on in there. A lot of stuff happening, probably. Something important. I look like I'm 5'5"? You'd be surprised. I'm not tall, I can say that much. I'm not tall. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind, Leva. I've had a couple of requests for people to be put in as Easter eggs, but you know, we'll see. It all depends. Oh yeah, the snail just zooms by. It's impossible to stop. You just look down, you see it barreling down you to the hallway. There's nothing you can do. There's like a 5% chance it'll happen, but if it does, he'll insta-kill you. Quite a while. It's been slowly going insane. I'm not going to talk. Oh yeah, no worries. No worries. I understand. Like, if you're going through something, you got a lot on your plate. It makes sense, you know. Nothing wrong, you know, with like figuring things out and venting about issues. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but my my dog is in the background rolling around, making weird noises, playing with her toys. So if you heard weird thumping around and you hear squeaks and beeps, just know those are dog toys going off. Oh. San hey Lucas, new viewer. Hey, welcome to the stream. Glad to see you're chatting. Hope it didn't take me too long to see your chat. God, I'd probably, if I had to fight one of those animals, I'd be going with maybe a chicken. They got claws and they're vicious, but you could probably kick one pretty easily. Well, thank you for the compliment, Tenebris. I'll accept it graciously. Oh yes, and I am literally on fire. That also plays a big part of it. I am literally burning away as an eternal flame. Okay, Levi, see you in a bit. Oh yeah, I get that, Jado. I definitely can get into those moments where you're fiddling with such small details, doing things over and over, all these little adjustments just to get it just right. Then you zoom out and you realize, oh, wait a minute. No one's even going to see this from where the camera is. Oof, man, yeah, that sounds like a lot. I hope everything works out fine. Sorry to hear that. I guess I'm Gardeno-esque. Never thought about that. Did I do it again? Oh, well, who knows. So a facility. Recommendations for a facility design. That's interesting. Right off the bat, you want to help yourself stand out. Facilities, they've been used a lot in mascot horror here in recent times, so you're going to want to make sure you find good reference, find unique things, and really think about what is your facility like about? What's the in-game reason for the facility existing? And make sure that you fill it with design details, colors, and effects that all push that idea, you know? You really want to make sure your facility design stands out, because there are just so many facility designs, especially in like mascot horror properties. Oh yeah, I guess I'm whatever your standard candle size is. What? I'm like what, 5 inches, I guess? Something like that. 5 inches tall. If you include my fire, maybe an extra ½ inch. Oh yeah, glad to hear you're not homophobic. That's good. We're all about pride here, baby. We're coming up on Pride Month. Oh, maybe I'll do some sort of Pride stream where I make some Pride art. That could be fun. Sound off in the chat. Ooh, yeah. Alright, Springtrap, it was great having you here. I assume you're the real one. Yeah, I usually try to stream for at least 4 hours. We've been going for about almost 2 hours. Jesus, I didn't even realize. Okay, so yeah, so if you choose to jump in within like 2 hours, I'll most definitely still be here. Past that, we'll see. Oh, me, well, personally, I'm not gay, but I'm actually I'm pansexual. I know all the jokes, hardy har, but actually, I am pan. And I'm not afraid to share that. I feel like it's alright. Yeah, we're coming up on Pride Month. Everyone, don't be afraid to be who you are. Celebrate your pride for who you are. Okay, that bottom one there is looking a little thinner than the others. I'll be fine. It's not a huge thing. Do want to see if I can't break up this design a little bit more, though. No one's really going to see this stuff, but maybe just a little bit of something. Just that, maybe. Oof, yeah. Alright, that's not really going to be seen that much anyway, so that'll probably be fine as is. Oh yeah, we've all got our layers of complication. Oh yeah, Prince Celia, no need. Don't worry. This is you don't need to say anything you're not comfortable with saying. Of course not. Oh, thicker. God, I gotta remember that. So Alt S will make things thicker. It's pretty fun. All right. Ooh, omnisexual, panromantic. I hope I'm saying that right. And hey, I know. Oh yeah, trans femme. Oh yeah, I'm so sorry about everything that's going on politic-wise. Trans people not being seen as human. You know, I'm all about trans rights. So I hope you're doing all right. Hope you and everyone you know is safe. Alright, interesting. Alright. See them. Okay, the model's looking pretty good so far. Oh yeah, politics. Yeah. It is crazy how politics these days have just turned into whether or not some people deserve to have human rights and exist. Which is crazy. Alright, Green Bean, see you later. See you in a bit. I should definitely still be here. Jeez. Alright. Okay, so we got this done. I might just add a panel here just for really no reason, all things considered. Select that. Inset. Extend. There we go. That's random detail. Help break up that giant flat surface. Alright, but I think in terms of base model, that's it. We've now got a proper endo sitting. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, God. That was close. Left some clippings here. There we go. Two hours, yeah, I can't believe it. Oh yeah, well, we passed the 2-hour mark. Woo! Man, I didn't even realize it again. Ooh, yes, Tenebrous, I have textured some of the models. Most of them, actually. The only thing that hasn't been textured yet is this guy, pretty much. So everything in the office and environments that I've made so far has been textured and lit and everything, and all the characters have, all the other characters, the 3 others, are already done. They've been modeled, textured, rigged. They're ready to go. In fact, here, I don't know if I showed him when you were on the stream earlier, but well, there's the owl. There's another owl character. Not animatronic. What is it called? Endoskeleton. Well, there he is. If I switch over to the render, this is this guy. I've already showed this guy off a couple of times, so I don't feel too bad about. Not too worried about showing him off again. Get a good old look at him. And then, oh yeah, I duplicated over the same metal parts that were used here, so some of these metal pieces already have their materials. But I think the next step is I need to go ahead and make sure that I apply its current transforms and positions and everything. That way I can actually rig it whenever it's time to go. Thankfully, most of it is done. Starting with this, I gotta go through and make sure I delete everything with a mirror modifier to start. Ooh, Z. Here, let me just Oh, that's so... there are so many little things I didn't know about that. I don't know, I feel like my instinct is probably still going to go up here, but at some point I'm going to need to really practice, like, getting used to that. That's so much easier. Oh, yeah, man, you know even more shortcuts than I do. Not a surprise at this point. Metallics. I do have some, I definitely wanted to try to have a good variety of, like, materials and textures and stuff. Mostly, like, you know, following tutorials and kind of using my own practice and experience to see what kind of materials and stuff I can make. I don't know if there's, like, a specific metallic thing that you're referring to, but I definitely want him to feel metallic. Don't worry, we're getting close to being done with the snail. We're getting close to being done, not actually done. Oh yeah, and the snail, he's hollowed out now. He's dead. Someone escargoted him. Gotcha tubers. I don't think I recognize that. I know gotcha games, and I know what tubers are. Let's see. Oh, these people. Okay, yeah, I know those. Man, I don't remember. I haven't looked at those since I was like 10. That was forever ago. Yep. You gotta be careful how you use words sometimes. They can take on whole new meanings after a while. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tinniverse, it's been great. You've been a great help. It's been a good talk back and forth. I'm glad you chose to show up for the stream. It's been great discussions. And I know you've talked about like things not being too great right now, but you know, everything will work out in the end. Everything will be fine. Everything going on in the world will, you know, will hopefully not work itself out, but people are working hard to work things out for everyone else. Oh yeah, I can see how you get mixed up with that. I have trouble with words sometimes too. Don't worry. That hasn't been filled ever. No tips yet. But to be fair, I'm a really small streamer. I know some of my audience members are younger. I'm not too worried about getting tips for them anytime soon. Hey Jason, welcome back. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm trying to implement those. Oh, yeah, something like that. Garden Gnome Height. If we're talking canon heights for this little character guy that I got, that's probably right. Oh yeah, I can feel that. You know, long distance relationships or having to split up for a while can definitely be a bit of a struggle. My brother right now he's like on the other side of the country right now, and I'm not going to be able to see him for a couple of months. It's been forever. We haven't really been split up like this in a while, so you know, it can be tough. You know, family, friends. It's hard to split up from people. You know, but it won't be forever. Oh, my favorite game ever, Mikla. I'd say immediately the first thing that comes to mind is Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is, I think I can pretty confidently say, one of, if not my favorite game of all time. If we're talking game franchises, then probably FNAF, just because, you know, it's been a part of my childhood for so long. But actual games, Hollow Knight, all the way. And I am so excited for Silksong. I am definitely, even if the streams do not do well and no one really seems to want to watch, I am definitely going to be streaming myself playing Silksong when that game comes out. Ooh, only been a week. You gotta wait another week. Man, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I know a couple of people, but, you know, it gets better, you know? And I mean, hey, in modern day, we're able to we've never had more forms of communication than we do now. So I'm sure you got plenty of ways of hopefully maintaining some level of contact. You know, even if you can't see each other in person. No, I hope that'll at least soften the blow. Hey, Levi, welcome back. We've made a little bit of progress. Can't see some of it now because all of the internals are hidden because, well, someone ate them out. Oh, wait, gotta remember. This guy's gotta go to the snail endo. There we go, that's proper. Okay, now I can start going through and getting rid of these mirror modifiers. Nah, yeah, that'll be fine as is. I'll leave that with its properties. Now, real quick, I'm going to turn on face orientation. That way we can make sure that everything looks right. Going to Control A, all transforms, right-click, duplicate, right-click again, mirror, X global, select everything, Control A, all transforms, right-click, set origins back to there. And now the body's ready to go, set with its defaults. Can now hide that, show this. Now we're going to do pretty much the same kind of thing, but it's going to take a little longer to go through and get rid of all of these things. Well, to be fair, none of these have subdivisions, so I could probably... Here's a little trick that I know. Link, or copy modifiers, there we go. I missed one. But that was faster. And everything else is right down the middle, so... Oh, wheels. Almost forgot those. Okay, now select everything that needs to be duplicated and flipped. Control A, all transforms. Duplicate, right click. Mirror X, select everything. Control A, same thing again. Oh, there you go. You can start to see those faces are flipped the wrong way, so we're going to go into edit mode, mesh, normals. There we go. Recalculate outside. And voila! Now everything's all good again. Now if I show that, face orientation can now be turned off, and everything in the model should be set to a good standard point so I can start properly making materials for the character. Oh yeah, Stardew Valley? That's a... Oh wait, Stanley... Oh yeah, this... Wait. Standler Parendley. I think I know what you're saying then. God, I don't know how I read that. I read that so wrong in my head. I went through it way too quick. Oh yeah, I can understand that, you know. Texting someone and actually getting to see them in person feels like two different things. Can definitely be a problem. Can definitely suck. But hey, at least you might be able to, like, you know, call or FaceTime. Get a little bit more face-to-face communication. Maybe that would feel a little better. Oh, usually I would just apply the... I mean, I used to do that. I would just apply the mirror modifier to clear it. But then the problem is you have to, like, go into the object mode, select it, separate it. Overall, it feels like it's pretty much like a very similar time frame that it takes to get all that done. But, you know, it ultimately comes down to, you know, what's most efficient for each person. Control S. Oh, yep, saved it. I do save a lot. I make sure and save constantly. Stanley Bearable, that's okay. I kind of figured that's what they meant. That's a shame. Sorry to hear about that. Oh, what's my favorite FNAF fan game? Immediately off the bat, I think The Joy of Creation. The Joy of Creation, in terms of FNAF fan games, holds a very special place in my heart. I love that one. I am so excited for that remake. There are some other ones that have like really cool, like fun visuals that I love, and there are some really good ones out there, but I think that one comes to mind as the first one that I really like. Oh no, I think I know Control S. I know Control S for saving. I know it's faster, I like doing this. I think the problem is I usually fat finger a lot of the buttons, so my mind is always just like, oh, I'll just do the slow, easy version, even though it would be more efficient to do the other way. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, well, thank you. That's kind of you guys. Now, wait, let me just look over this model one more time, make sure I'm not missing anything. That'll probably be fine, as long as it's parented to the same bone, since I don't plan on that moving. Alright, okay, I think we can start looking into materials. Right off the bat, the first thing I'll probably do is start off by just giving all of this stuff the same material, and then we can go through and start swapping these out. Ah, thank you. Oh, hey, Miss. Hey, the Frogman. Welcome back. Welcome to the stream. I don't know. Usually, I don't think I do. I usually just, you know, go with whatever. That'd be kind of funny. I don't know. I think some sort of a joke ending could be a fun addition. We'll have to think about that. Oh yeah, hey, Tenebris Stone. Don't worry about it. Talk about whatever you want. Oh, you know, within reason, of course. Hey, Michaela, welcome back. You didn't miss too much. A lot of chatting, a lot of back and forth. We're working on the materials for the snail now, you know, trying to figure out all that stuff. Oh yeah, the Mr. Frogman, the progress is coming along pretty well. We've got quite a bit done. We've got the exterior, interior fully modeled and kind of ready to go in that sense. That's all good. Right now, I'm just working on the proper materials, you know, swapping them out for the right things. I've got a base metal look here, and then I do have here what I should probably do. Okay, I already have all that set up. What I probably need to do is add some test lights to kind of see what this looks like proper. Start off by putting one over here. Turn up that power, turn up the radius. Now, here we go. Okay, yeah. See, big thing about the metal texture that I've made is that I have this this edge effect to kind of give it this like almost outlined old look that I like. Comes with all the animatronics. And now I can set up a few test lights. There we go. And I do know these ones are going to need to be a slightly different metal. Yes, that one. I've got 3 variants of the same kind of metal material, and I've got a bit of like a consistent pattern that I try to follow to make sure that they have a little bit more uniqueness and variety to their color. Oh, that's the wrong one. I just need to make sure I get all those. That should be fine. And then this one isn't even supposed to be metal. Well, by default I have the yellow for the owl. But I can just duplicate that. Change the name. Change the color. That'll be a good base. Yeah, you can kind of see like the detail that is and isn't there, swapping back and forth between the material view and then the proper rendered view. Hope the music is good. Hope you guys enjoyed, and hope the audio balances decently well. Z shortcut, right? Yes, I gotta get used to that. It's gonna take me forever. It's gonna take me like weeks to get used to that Z shortcut, but I gotta remember it. It's so handy. Fair enough, you know. We all find everything scary. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Mr. Tim. I remember that from last time. Everything's going pretty well. Yep, sorry, Tenebris. Gotta keep it monetization friendly, at least for the live streams. It currently does not have a name. I'm still working on names, going back and forth. I've got a lot of suggestions though, and I think I've got some that are probably gonna stick. That would be funny bad times. That's a fun idea for a joke ending. Hey, Green Bean, welcome back. Glad to see you made a new post. Cycles. I find. I know that like Eevee is so much quicker. Like Eevee has cycles beat in terms of like times, and there's all like those features you can add and everything and turn on. But overall, I find cycles to be the easiest way to get like nice, clean, good renders. It's kind of always been my go-to. It takes forever to render things, but I'm usually pretty good about like, you know, timing my render times around what I'm doing and everything. So it usually doesn't become too much of an issue. Start on night 3. They'll ask are you bot, then you try to use the counter randomly. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Fun little mid-game thing, make things a little more difficult. Yeah, you're not wrong, Tenebris. The cycles does have some issues, but I think the quality of the render that I can get out of it is outweighed by the render time issue. Oh yeah, he's on something. I can tell you that, Princel. He's on something. Breaker gaming setup or strength of the game's actually the problem. I don't know. That's a hard would you rather. I'd probably have to choose to delete my progress though, just because I do not have the money to replace my setup for programming and art and everything. Who knows, Princel? But yeah, because if that would you rather counts my computer, I do not have the money to replace this. I was lucky enough to have a family member that builds computers for fun and was willing to sell me one for cheap. It's the only reason I'm able to use Blender at all, really. Oh, thank you, Levi. Look at that. Oh wow, that's a good computer tenebris. I'm not sure how much mine cost. It's probably similar, but I didn't buy it myself. I didn't have the money for it. I just got really lucky. As soon as I came back, but I did make a showcase. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that. I'll have to refresh that page, see if it pops up. Yeah, every good one at least. Furry? Yep. Yeah. Damn. There's usually I think I've said it before, there's a pretty large overlap between the furry community and the Five Nights at Freddy's community. That's just how it is. Snails are kinda, yeah. I mean, they don't have any fur, but they fall within that category. Interesting tenebris. I'll have to look into that. I really need to look more into like pre-baking things, you know, to lighten up on render times. It would probably be really helpful in the future, especially with all the animations I want to make. Oh yeah, don't worry, Levi. If I go through these streams and I do end up implementing any sort of things that you guys help me out with, then I'll be sure to credit you. But I do want to say there's no guarantee of things being utilized, you know. But suggestions are still helpful. Interesting. Object modeling. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm constantly having to worry about render times. Oh yeah, don't worry. The snail's whole thing is going to revolve around his eyes, and I hope to make him properly creepy. Oh, that's alright, Green Bean. You know, you're not spamming the chat, so you're fine. I'll have to take a closer look at that. I think I have Fantasyland here pulled up. Let me see if I can find Night Cage. Just real quick. Oh, interesting. I love how chunky he is. The bared teeth and the smile and the little beady eyes are pretty fun. I like that. It's pretty good. It's a fun design. I like it. Oh, hey, Michaela. Sorry, that's alright if you gotta go. See you another time. Hope you're doing well. Oh, don't worry, Prince. The idea is not going to be exactly like that, but looking at the player is going to be something. Oh, yeah. You've got some sort of a percentage chance. Probably the same as mine. Oof, yeah. Oh, yeah. That just kind of makes sense. And, you know, I don't have any... Yeah, there's going to be, like, a huge overlap. Anytime you have anthropomorphic characters, huge overlaps with the furry community. Which, you know, there's... I don't have any problems with that. I'd say I'm definitely a part of the furry community. You know, there's just such an overlap with it and FNAF. There's nothing wrong with that. No, please, don't tell people to dislike my streams. No! I need the game to do good! Oh yeah, I've got plans for a 420 mode, or some equivalent. I'll have to see how the programming goes. I'm sure it wouldn't be that difficult, but I'd like to add something similar. Oh, that's fun. I love that. I love that little reference to your partner. That's always fun. You good to add little personal details. Yeah. you know, well, I haven't really been, hey Levi, I haven't really been streaming for all too long in the grand scheme of my channel, and my subs have been like a slow grow, so, you know, it all depends, you know, it's, out of all the people who are subscribed to me, I mean, how many of them are actually gonna just so happen to be available to watch a stream? Oh yeah, it's crazy. There's also like a crazy huge overlap between people in the furry community and those same people having some of like the craziest abilities. You know, they're just super smart, you know, working in crazy jobs that are making insane money. Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm planning on streaming as much as I can. But yeah, alright, let's see. Now I need to go ahead and... I'll start off by just kind of adding in the little like black irises of the eyes to start. And then I can figure out the color later, once I actually know what the color of the full character is exactly going to look like. So I want to make sure those match up. I'll start with that. Oh, wait. That's one too many. Well, these wheels also. I wonder if I already have some sort of good material to use for these. Oh yes, good, that should work. And then, let's just tap into here. Oof, this might take a while. Oh wait, no, you know what would probably be easier. I'm just gonna assign that as a default. Turn this on. And then we can just select all these through one another. Perfect. Oh, well, forgot that one. Or, no, I didn't forget it, got it by accident as well. Oof, good. One more, perfect. Go ahead and sign those just to make sure I don't forget. And then just gonna select all of these. Boop, 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 boop. There we go, something like that. Render view, nice. Proper wheels. Alright, that's the endo pretty much done. The eyes are going to need to have some color added them probably. But for now, we can start by working on this. Alright, I want to try to make all the materials for each of the animatronic to be slightly different from one another, so that way they helps them feel a little different from each other, while still feeling relatively similar. If that made any sense. Oh wow, 270 subs and gets 16 viewers sometimes. Wow, that's impressive. That's a lot. Wonder why people aren't subscribing. Oh god, another ad. So many ads. Dang it, gotta mute that for a little bit. There we go, the music should be coming back now. Oh yeah, Tenebrous. It took me a while to figure out how to do that with materials, but it's a very handy way of having multiple materials on a single object and being able to like just select the faces of something and you know, it's simple, but it's good. It's got its limitations, but it's a very useful tool. Levi, there are going to be voice lines. It's not currently in like the plan, as in like written down as like, oh, I'm gonna finish this, then this, then this, and then go ahead and do voice lines. But I am thinking about it. It all depends on how things really start shaking out. I'll probably do some tests, you know, on my own, see if I can get some good audio files and see if they work all right. And if they do, then I'll probably look at getting some like decent voices and decent effects to add in. But right now, it's not technically planned. Hey, Tenebrous, that's perfect. That I finally was able to help you a little after you helped me with all these little things throughout the stream. It's great, finally paying it back a little. That's interesting. That's an interesting design idea. Keep that in mind. I might use that for later things, Green Bean. Oh yeah, no, the wheels are goofy. That's bad design though. Oh hey, bad times. Currently I don't think I don't have a Discord server, but I'll have to look at that. If that's something you guys want, I could definitely think about. Let's see about maybe making something like that in the future. That could be a fun little thing. At the very least, if anyone does need to reach out for like questions or whatever, it's just simple things. I do have a Twitter, or I guess technically an X account. Same username, Candlelight Animations or Candlelight Productions. One of those two over there. But, you know, I think I've got my DMs open, but, you know, keep it within reason. But, yeah, at some point I think creating a Discord could be nice. But currently I don't have one. Alright. Oh, Shift H. Alright, because I did know about H to hide things and Alt H to reveal everything that's hidden, but I didn't know about Shift H. That's interesting. That's a good one. I'll have to keep that in mind too. Nice. I'm glad you're starting to like the snail. That's good. That's good to know. Sadly, no, Levi. This game isn't going to be free roam. This is kind of recreating the original FNAF games kind of style, where it's going to be technically pre-rendered assets, pre-rendered, you know, like art and characters and all that stuff, which to like kind of help really sell that kind of style that I'm going for with it, and also it'll help make the game file much smaller. Oh yeah, Levi, I do need to get an ad blocker at some point. I've been meaning to do that. I gotta look for something. I do know YouTube's been going around on a bit of a rampage trying to make it as hard as possible to get ad blockers that work. But there's got to be some of them out there. That could be fun. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, his eyes. I am gonna add color to his eyes. Just right now, I want to start off by figuring out the colors of his main body and his suit, and then once I kind of have that textured and ready to go, then I can kind of figure out what eye color works best to match with him. I did think about adding eyelids. I do have that system in some of them. I thought it could be fun, but I did wonder if it would be more terrifying for the game if he just didn't have eyelids and he was the only one not to be able to show serious emotion other than a smile that's glued onto his face. Want a break from the ads? Want a break? Have a Kit Kat. Maybe you just need a Snickers. Every version of those ads. God, man. Fair enough. I think we've all got those moments. We've all got those real loud family members. Oh, that would be funny. An April Fool's joke where he's got legs, that would be funny. Yeah, true. Yeah, I've really got to look at creating a Discord server. Probably it would be a good way of. It would be a good way to initiate community interactions. Man. Hey Patsy, welcome back. Hey, well, Patsy, I see you're still suggesting the Chattanooga thing. I know you want me to make that fan game for you, but I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not making a separate second game for you based on a show you like. I don't know what that show is. Yeah, Blender can be a lot. I'm not Patsy. I am not making Five Nights at Chattanooga Cats. I'm making my own game. You can. I'm sure you can, like, if you have the money for it, you can find someone, you can pay, like, commission an artist to make the game, but I'm not doing that. Oh, thanks. Thanks to Depress. I'm glad I could, I'm glad I'm here. Glad I can help, help keep your spirits up and help chat. You know, don't be afraid to reach out. You know, if you ever need to talk. You know, whether it's like people in your life or friends or family or whoever. You know, it's important to like, you know, check in with yourself and with people. Okay. Okay. Patsy, I see you're saying you're kind of just spamming the chat. I'm gonna time you out for 10 minutes. Leva, real time? Not by like traditional standards of like real time. I'm not gonna make it like an actual 6-hour game or anything. But I mean the animatronics will move logically. You know, like. I want to try to make sure that they like move within a reasonable amount of time from place to place. They're always gonna moving around. You know, it makes sense. It's all gonna make sense within the lore of the game once you start breaking it down. Oh, yeah, more and more with the ads. Oh yeah, the snail is he's not doing great. He's terrified. And he's definitely on something. Well, I'm really sorry to hear how things are going, Tetabis. You know, you've always got people. You know, it's good to reach out. Oh yeah, bad times. Don't worry, I'm keeping my lips sealed on the serious lore stuff, but it's good to try to, you know, like find people. You know, there's always resources out there, like if you really need to find someone to talk to. I know that like especially for like the LGBT community, like we're all going through a lot. You know, there's a lot going on in the world, so it can feel like a lot. But you know, it's important to find those people that you can talk to. Oh, that's fun. Maybe I'll keep this material. Originally this was made to be the feet of the owl guy, to be this kind of like dirty hard plastic, but it kind of works here too. Yeah, we'll see. Probably going to use this as a base. Then I'm going to duplicate it. Call this Snail Skin 1. And now we're going to go through and we're going to customize this and change it to something else. I'll mess around with things a little bit. I know colors, first off, are going to need some serious changes. Green seems like the most obvious choice first off, so I'll start off with something like that. Maybe lean a little bit more like kind of greenish blue over here. I think I can bring that roughness up, but I'm going to bring this roughness down. Make it kind of reflective, kind of shiny. I'll keep that at a 0.1. Make those spots a little more constant, a little more subtle. Bring this value up a little bit. Let's see. Kind of messing with the texture there a little bit. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Ooh, teeth might be fun. It currently doesn't really have a place for teeth, but you know, we'll see. Well, that's just a theory. A theory. Thanks for theory. Oh yeah, man. Lore. The lore. Nothing but lore. All lore, all the way down. Oh yeah, VHS filters, they're a classic. I mean, they're gonna need some sort of camera system, like filter for the, the camera views. Top 3 favorite games, if we're not talking anything, like nothing FNAF related, immediately Hollow Knight is up there, that's one of my favorites. I think Red Dead Redemption 2, it's another game, that one's really up there, I love that one. And... I don't know, there's got to be something else, but there's a lot of other games that I do quite like and I am playing, but I don't know if any of them are ones that I would then say like, oh yeah, those are my favorites. So it's hard to say. But I know at the very least Red Dead Redemption 2 and Hollow Knight are up there as 2 of my top 3s. Oof, man, this is looking freaky. Oh yeah, I forgot. In the shader menu, you can't use shortcuts like this. Come on, do the material. What's going on? There we go, jeez. I'm going to duplicate that. Call this one 2. And we're going to make it darker. Significantly darker. There we go, we got something. Very reflective, very shiny. Oh, well, sleep well. Alright, see you guys later. See you, Green Bean. Sleep well. Oh, Halo. Yeah, Bad Times. Halo's a pretty good choice. Yeah, Jado, it was good having you in the chat. I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, go, yeah. Glad I could have you over for a little while. Thanks, Princell. Glad you're liking it so far. I know we've been joking back and forth, but I'm feeling pretty good about this. I think out of all of them, this one's going to be the most reflective and shiny one to kind of get across that slick, slimy feel that snails and slugs have. Oh, thanks, Princell. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm excited to get this game out and actually see if anyone plays it. That could be fun. Yep, see ya. Princell, you're not wrong. It has a very Disney World feel, which, you know, I think is nice. I think it works. It feels like feels like something you see in those parks. Which, seeing as this is trying to be one of those kinds of parks, I guess that means I did it. I did it right. But now I should go ahead and figure out what I'm gonna do for eye color. Eye whites. Duplicate this one. Color what? What should the color be? We already have a character with blue eyes, yellow eyes, maybe green eyes? Huh. Let's try a light blue. See how that works. Light blue, where are you? Turn off the X-ray. This. Assign the color with a nice light blue. That's not bad. It's weird. It's piercing. Works well to stand out against all the green. Or purple. Hey. Okay, Levi, I'll try out purple. That does sound pretty good. Oh, thanks, Bad Times. I definitely appreciate the idea of getting Markiplier's eyes on this, but hey, don't spam him. don't want to get mad at me before he knows who I am. I don't think he'll ever know who I am though. But hey, yeah, Princell, it was great having you here. I understand if you got a dip. You know, it's been fun, good chats, good joking around. Yeah, I understand if you gotta go. Don't worry, you'll get a good idea what the snail's like when it's done. But yeah, purple. Yep, let's give purple a try. Why not? It doesn't have to obey the laws of color. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that fits. This is coming out pretty well. I'm honestly surprised I was able to spend so much of this stream just getting up to this point, you know? Which, I mean, I'm not, like, upset about. I mean, I chose to take the time, you know, to sit down and talk with everyone for a while. But it is surprising. I went into this kind of thinking, I'm probably going to have to do something else, too. Maybe finish up the character and then move on to the next part of the environment. But then I was worried about the title of the stream being incorrect by that sense. But no, you spent a lot of time here on this. Ooh, orange can be interesting. But I think the problem is I think there's already a character with like kind of yellowish orangish eyes. I want to make sure they have good, unique eye color. Just to make sure they don't blend in eyes-wise, I guess. Oof, man. Look at the analytics. What are we at? We got 4 concurrent viewers supposedly right now. That's not bad. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you again. As you can see, we've made considerable progress on the snail. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks. It's good having you two here. It's good having you here too, Levi. Making good progress. Getting good suggestions. Time for the night be told by a watch and rest. Ooh, that's a fun idea. Hey, thanks, Tenebris. I'm glad you enjoy it so far. Glad to get good feedback Glad this is getting approved so far. Yeah, we've got some good progress made. Alright, colors are looking good. Materials are looking good, both rough and shiny. I think that means it's time to move on to proper rigging. This is going to be an interesting process. Oh, what I should probably do before that, actually. Should move this entire guy. Well, but no, that lines up with the face. Nah, yeah, that'll be fine. He's good where he is. Viewport in front. Change to the stick. Ah, well, actually, I do realize I do need to bring him down, though. To GZ move. And make sure that he's lined up. There we go. Now Control A, all transform, set origin, center of mass, turn on face orientation. And he looks all good. Nice. No, wait. Where? There we go. Could have just read the names and would have figured it out faster. Snail armature. Give that a unique name just to be sure. And the armature, that's going to be an interesting system. This one should be pretty simple. Well, I don't know. The steps themselves are pretty simple, but it's going to take a little while. Oh, man. I got to work on getting better sleep. Right. Let's see. By default, I think really what I like to do is I'm going to hide the shell and then work from there. Because the idea is that this endoskeleton should be the thing controlling everything. So this will be what is rigged initially, and then the shell will be parented and rigged with it after the fact. I will switch over to the solid view though, just to make it a little visually easier to see what I'm doing and where I am. Oh, what I should do, see, turn on the wireframe, turn down that opacity a little bit. By default, it's going to need to go all the way up to about here. I'm going to subdivide. Go down to this first one. Just about there. Perfect. Subdivide it again. Select this point. This one to about there. Alright, should be just about lined up. Should rotate correctly. Also need to go and make sure I just start getting these bones names right. Organizing your bones by names is very important. I don't know. I don't want to be too derivative. I've already kind of got ending stuff planned out, Levi. I can't I don't know if I'll be able to insert all that stuff. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I'll call you Kit. That works. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, let's see. Let me go through, make sure these names are right. Probably call it something simple. Oh, well, body's not normal, so I don't really know what to call it. Well, accidental slash. Shift A, add a new bone. That, Control P, keep offset. Now let's just do this one first. Now I'm going to grab X, move. Oh, okay. Grab X, move. Grab X, make sure this is relatively lined up. There we go. We can move that to about there. Right there. Yeah, just about right there. That one's already pretty close. Nice. And if I go over here, this should... Yeah, it's already lined up with that axis. Now, let me make sure I give these the names. Let's call this iStem1. Gotta remember to add .l to the end of these for symmetrizing purposes. That'll be number 2, and this one will be number 3. Gonna extend Y, click, Alt P, clear parent, and then grab Z to about there, grab, nope, Z, Bert. And there, Control P, keep offset. And then this one will just be I.L. Voila, there we go. It's a good basics for a lot of the face. Oh, hey. Sorry about your computer. My favorite song? I'm not sure, Levi. I always go back and forth on music, you know. I've got a couple of things that I'm listening to at any given moment, you know, and kind of just cycling through them again and again. But I don't know. Favorite song. Right now, God, I can't decide. Kind of been going back and forth on music for a while. Kind of in this position where I'm not really listening to very much specific stuff. I don't know. It's alright. I don't know. I don't know why these kinds of questions are always the hardest to answer for no reason. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's not lined up there. There, yeah, that's about right. We're gonna go wheel front.l. duplicate it. Move it back here. One, two, three, four. Wheel. Back.l. Alright. Okay, base-wise, that's all that. So I'm going to then select all this stuff. Right-click. Symmetrize. It's a little tip. I mean, a pretty well-known one, but yeah. That makes things a lot easier. Relationship lines, origin lines. Oh, no, we'll keep them visible here. Turn off the wireframe, though. There we go. Yeah, that'll be good. These armatures don't need to be anything too complex, considering I already know what kind of animations they're going to be, and so it's not going to be anything too crazy. Gotta remember Shift plus D. Yeah, thanks. But yeah, of course, if you wanna make a model for me, I mean, I won't stop you. You know, don't put yourself under too much pressure to work on it. But yeah, sure, go ahead. If you wanna model me, go ahead. Yeah, I get full permission to do that. All right. Let's see. Now what all? Yeah, that's about right. Armature, pose mode. Boom. There we go. Something I like to do. I saw this in a video once and I found it to be very helpful. Whenever you're working on building out an armature and you're parenting objects to everything, it's very handy to hide every object once you parent it. That way you know what is and isn't parented. It makes it a little easier after the fact.
Tirelessly to keep things running.
Another
Everything would
ad.
suddenly stop.
No, stop it. No for advertising on my channel. Bone, object, hide, unhide, click, click, pose, click, control, wait, nope, control L, pone, no, bone, I mean, hide, unhide, voila. There we go. Oh, wait, God, yep, forgot those. That's a good way of seeing that. Good, 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 good. It's coming along pretty well so far. Oh yeah, modeling's always really fun. I've really gotten into it. I really enjoy it. Oh yeah, sort of. I think this version is kind of leaning green, but I think I want to make some edits. Try to lean more orangish brown more than the green, but this model definitely is at that point. But yeah, just some sort of, you know, generic like thick candle wax. I'd say shiny or not, I'd say it's relatively shiny, you know. A bit of a glimmer, a bit of a reflectiveness, but not too much. Not like glossy. Personalized ads. So much. Oh, wait a minute. Dang it, I forgot to unmute the music. Sorry, that was probably weird and awkward and quiet. But now we're all good again. Oh, you just can't stop watching Levi? Oh, I guess I'm just that what's the word? Entertaining. We can't stop watching the show. Ha 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 ha. All right. Parent that. Hide. Show. Click. Click. Almost there. Oh, shoot, wrong thing. Bone. Man, this part is always pretty slow and pretty tedious. That's the thing I've noticed. I do like modeling robots in general. They're a lot of fun. I love making, modeling, rigging, animating robots. And part of that comes down to the fact that I don't have to worry about weight painting. Ugh. Weight painting is a whole other mess that I want to avoid as much as I can. But with robots, you don't really have to worry about that. You kind of just do this. You don't have to worry about things squashing, stretching, or bending weirdly. But in exchange for that, you have to go through and worry about individually parenting every little thing to the right bone. Slowly. And tediously. Just over and over and over again. But compared to the pain that weight painting is, I take this over that. But I can't avoid weight painting forever. Gonna have to figure it out eventually. I mean, I know it to like a good extent. I know the basics. I know how it works and what it takes and all that stuff. And it's mostly just that it's so finicky. There are some things that definitely help make the process easier, mainly locking your vertex groups. Anyone in the chat still there that is doing anything with 3D? Locking your vertex groups is a big thing, a very easy way of helping maintain and organize your weight paints without pulling them off of the wrong thing. Alright, for a second I was like, wait a minute. Pretty sure these ones will actually be tied to this because there's no joint back there. So all of these parented to that. Control P. Oh shoot, wrong thing. Control P. Bone. Hope I haven't accidentally clicked the wrong one in the middle of doing all this. You guys will probably let me know if I did. No, wait a minute, I should have just selected these then. Bone, and I'm seeing everything gone. Gonna Alt-H that. Perfect. Alright, well now it's time to test that, but go ahead and turn off relationship lines and origin points. Those really just get in the way, don't really do anything whenever you're trying to animate or pose anything. Oh yeah. I definitely won't cause any problems. I just wanna rock around with a fire on my head. Come on. Let me go into the store of highly flammable material with a flaming head. Man, some people. Oh no, yeah, I'm just talking about relationship lines. You know, these little things here. If I turn that on, it's kind of hard to see. You can see one right here. These little dotted lines. The point of them is to kind of show you what bones are connected to what. But whenever you go to, they're handy at first because whenever you're setting up an armature, you can then just I mean, it's a good way of knowing, like, okay, these bones are parented to that, those ones are parented to that, this one doesn't have a parent to anything, I need to fix that. But whenever you actually go to animate, the parenting lines don't move with the armature, they just stay in place and they just take up the screen. And then half the time, they don't even point to where they're actually connected. But anyways, eyeballs. Oh, here, wait, I can just, if I turn on mirror expose, I can test twice the model in half the time. Ha 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 ha. And then lastly, spinny wheels. That's pretty simple. Clear user transforms. Perfect. Good. Okay, well, we're almost done with the armature. Now that we've got those default bones set up and everything's parented correctly. How much time do I have in my hands? Too much. More than I would like, all things considered. Oh no, no, I don't think I did. I think I missed that question. The build of the model. Huh, let me. Oh, sorry. Let me look back, make sure. I think I missed some of them. Sorry about that. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think a feminine look is kind of what the model speaks with. I didn't really think about it or do it on purpose, but yeah, I'd say feminine build is definitely what this design is going with. I don't have any pictures of my legs, but technically the lower half of my body, the legs, is kind of it's kind of like a potato sack, I'd say, where it's kind of like this big bag, kind of like if you see those people with like the oh god, I'm explaining this poorly. Basically, it looks like what would be two legs going down is connected really close to the bottom. I don't know if that makes any sense. God, I'm explaining this horribly. Oh yeah, go ahead. No, anytime I watch a live stream, you always put it on in the background while I'm eating or working on like art stuff or doing commissions or even just like playing games or anything. Yeah. That makes sense. Oh yeah, pretty much. The legs, essentially, these, you can kind of see those lines right at the end of the hips of my character. They kind of just go down and create this giant, like a U, but if the gap in the U was really, really short. Why am I explaining this so poorly? Here, I might actually be able to. I could probably do a little test. Give it a little example. If I add, let's see, grease pencil blank, move that over here. Switch over to drawing mode. Now I'm just using my mouse, but so like the base of the body is something like that, and then the legs come down. There we go. I could not have explained that more confusingly, but that's what I mean. Oh yeah, I would move my character to the center of the screen, but it actually cuts off right there. The character is only down right there to the waist. Otherwise, I would just move him up, move them up real quick and kind of give you a good view of them. But say that again. Yeah. Oh yeah. No pressure, of course. I'm just hoping to help for clarity. But it's time for the next step. Oh, I think my dog's looking for some attention. My dog's sitting over here. She's getting antsy. Wants me to pet her. Oh yeah, of course, Levi. I definitely know what SCP are. I love SCP. SCP, containment breach. Oh yeah, I'm not super in the community. Like, I don't know all of them off the top of my head, and I'm not regularly reading the site, but I know a lot of like the classics, and I know some of the games, and I've definitely seen fan games made of them, and I've seen some of the like short films and productions that they've put together for the universe that are really cool. Oh yeah. So now I am going to go ahead and do these. It's time for custom shapes. And if I trace those. Oh, wait, I don't want to do it to that themselves. There we go. That works pretty well. Oof, that's a little weird. These rolls are set up incorrectly, I think. Back to pose mode. Yeah, that'll work. As long as they're the same. Normally I would be a lot more specific in general with the shapes. You know, I'd have more complex shapes other than just one root transform and then one circle shape for everything else. But for this particular project, I don't really need anything other than these like super simple controls and the general stuff. Something like that. There we go. Oh, something I did just realize, I never added a proper root transform, so I'm just going to add that bone, parent that to that, name this bone root transform, and there we go. Now we're going to make this one its custom shape. Rotate 90 degrees, scale up, and voila. We've got a core. An origin point for the entire armature. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. Oh yeah, the wiki page. Yeah, pretty green. Hi, Springtrap. Welcome back for a bit. Oh yes, the foot has become a snail, of course. But yeah, I remember Cartoon Cat. That's an old one. Fingers. I've kind of got the. I have a mitten system going on. I think is currently off of my character sheet. You know, just like thumb, pointer finger, and then the other three are just a mitten. The hands get pretty And it's the hands get wider as the arms go down. You can kind of see it from like shoulder down to where it cuts off. It gets wider. Actually, now that I think about it, oh yeah, I forgot here. I haven't used them at all, but I have more animations of the character to swap between. And I forgot this one actually gives you a good view of the hand. I think the other one, oh yeah, that one. I forgot I have more than just this default page sometimes. I sometimes forget that. When it comes to streaming, I don't use them as much. I mean, when I play actual horror games, then yeah, definitely. Yeah. Alright, just a few more custom shapes. I'm gonna rotate these 90 degrees. Going to transition them up here and scale them down to about that. Perfect. The neck and the head already done. Same thing here. Alright. You should be able to hide the environment stuff now, make that a little visually clearer. Alright, scale about there. Transition to about there. Looks like these ones need to be scaled up a little bit more individually. This one does need to be rotated, turns out. Now there. Nope. There we go. Maybe not that much. Not that far off. There we go. Perfect. Alright, that's pretty much it. That's most of it done, I believe. Got the model, the materials, the textures. Got both the inside, the outside. Got the rig all done. Got its custom properties made. If I hide the shell, you can see the inside. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Yeah, this came out better than I expected. I was kind of dreading making the snail, especially because of the shell, but the shell was actually done pretty quickly, all things considered. Still a bit of a back and forth, but not nearly as much. Oh yeah, feel free if you wanna send me the model whenever it's done. Yeah, feel free to. We have no problem with that. I do have a Twitter. I don't know if you're on Twitter or X or anything, but I think I have DMs open there, so there's that. I think that's one of the only ones. I do have an Instagram technically, I think, linked somewhere in my bio. I posted some old animations there a while ago, but I haven't posted since. Oh yeah, fair enough. Social media is a lot right now. Levi, yes, there will... Oof, God. Voice break there for a second. There will definitely be more game dev streams. Currently I'm trying to maintain a daily stream schedule just to, see how long I can go, mostly. I'm trying to set a minimum of about 4 hours per stream for myself. Just to, make sure that when I do stream, I'm going for long enough to at least get people to come in and get good watch time and talk to people. Looks like we're at about the 3.5 hour mark, which is pretty impressive. We got in there so quickly. Another half hour at the very least. But yeah, it's going pretty well. The model is now almost done, so we're pretty close to that. Oh wow, really? I can't believe I'm your first stream. What an honor. Let's see. Oh, yep. Look, it's official. We've just passed over the 3.5 hour mark. Yeah, good. Looking at the chart for viewer duration, we've done pretty good. We've maintained some level of people throughout pretty much the entire thing. Looks like we peaked at about 11 a couple of times. It's not bad. We still got more time though. Things could change. All right. I think that's that done then. Every day, see when I'm able to make it. Yeah, thanks, Spring. Glad to see that you're enjoying your time here. It's been a lot of fun. I'm definitely gonna try to maintain streaming as much as I can. I don't know if I can promise that I'll be doing daily streams forever or for an like crazy amount of time, but I definitely want to try to do it as much as I can, you know, to try to get myself used to it and hopefully build up watch time. Maybe I can actually get somewhere close to getting my channel monetized. But alright, I think now that that character is done, I think I should be able to... well, no, I guess I should look them over one more time. I mean, everything seems done. I don't know. Yeah, alright. We're now going to go over to this. Yeah, some of you might not have seen this. This is the map in its current state. There is a roof, don't worry, it's just not here right now. I just need to close some of these out. And I need to bring over the newest and finalist character. Let's see. All right, nice. Let's go ahead and delete those. If I switch over to there, you can kind of get a brief view of some of the other characters. Man, yeah, this guy's big. And now, Y. Control that. Paste that. And now I can move this guy up to here. Perfect. He's in the scene. He's ready to go. Yep, I did in fact make him green. Hey, Levi, that's alright. If you gotta go soon, that's perfectly fine. Alright. So, taking a moment, looking over what I've done. Today we got that new character all modeled. We got a modeled, textured, rigged, custom rigged, everything's set up. All of that is done, ready to go. He's been made. Ooh, I know what I need to do. Very next thing I gotta do. Now, how am I gonna do this with this guy? This is gonna be kind of weird. I need to copy over some of this stuff though. Duplicate. Alt-P, clear parent. Take it out of the snail shell. Start off by putting it here. Oh wait, we got more. I forgot about these. We made some vents last time and I didn't put them in their right spot. Main hall. Yeah, they can just go in the main hall. Perfect. Now I am going to bring this guy over here. I need to make the mask version of this guy. Which means I'm going to duplicate this. And that mask. Duplicate this. Mask. Now we're going to make a second version of these. One that feels more, well, like a mask. Mainly, we're going to turn up the roughness a whole lot. Turn up the strength of the bump a whole lot. Widen up the range of colors. Turn up the LAC, whatever this stuff is. And voila, now it's the same thing but different. Roughness, bump strength, color ranges. Voila, perfect. Move this down. Now, I will say I'm gonna have to move the mouth. One, to make it feel a little different, but two, because I'm going to need to punch out some weird eye holes. Let's mirror on the x-axis. Alright. Should start off by sealing up that hole with new faces. Oh wait, missed something. I was parented to the wrong point. That looks good. Perfect. There we go, that should be good. And now I just need to move these up. There we go. looks so weird. Yep, currently making a mask of him. Yeah, thank you, Spring. I've been working on like my character modeling and character rigging a lot, so I've gotten pretty used to working these kinds of tools and these systems. You know, working through it pretty quickly. Levi, how did I don't really know. I've kind of gone back and forth on different characters. I can't remember exactly what it is that made me want to, but I think initially I came up with the whole, you know, Candlelight Productions, Candlelight Animations idea first, and then I think I was just trying to come up with like fun, clever ideas and visuals, and I think the original idea that came to mind was someone, you know, walking around with a little candlestick lighting up something, you know, kind of like back in the day how old film needed actual lights, physical lights and everything. But from that, eventually I was like, well, I want to make a little avatar for myself for videos and streams, and well, my channel's named after this like candle motif, so maybe I'll do something with a candle character. And I just kind of workshopped the character back and forth for a while, and eventually I got this. Oh yeah, no worries, Levi. There's no stress. Yeah. Currently, no. Currently, I don't have a partner. I'm single. Oh, what did I? Oh, right. I just realized I was wondering what I was looking at. I forgot I didn't pair up these faces yet. So there's still holes there because it doesn't. Blender doesn't mirror whenever you create new faces between points. Alright, there we go. Looks a little weird, but I mean, you gotta have eye holes for mask for whoever wears it. But I've got an idea. Let's see. Take the Y there. Just that in there. Alright, local. Scale, 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 scale. Nice. Alright, material. Let me first shade smooth. There we go. Oh, wrong thing. Ah, this will be faster than searching through that big list of materials. There we go. Oh, actually, you're not wrong. Maybe a mouth hole would make more sense. Actually, yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. I can clear that up. That'll make things easier. But yeah, I think orangish. You know, kind of has this like palish yellowish, and then kind of as it gets darker, it kind of turns more orange, kind of thing. So that makes sense. I think. Maybe I can actually just seal up these points here. I realized. Also, I think real quick, I'm going to just delete everything on 1/2 mirror modifier, just to make this simpler while I'm working. Something like this. Alright, that'll be the base. We'll get to that later. First off, I need to do this. You know what I might do then? Hey, here, I'll hide this mouth for now in case I need it later, but I probably won't. There we go. Wait, actually, I could probably just leave these open and then... Yeah. Delete those, but then I need to bring these points over. X0. What? Nope. Wrong thing. Wrong one again. Perfect. There we go. There's some other edge here. Is there? Looks like it. That's strange. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what. I think I maybe did something. Oh, hey, you're still here after all. I'm gonna look through my chat again. Oh yeah, now it's really starting to get proper creepy. Seeing something weird here with the faces and the edges. What is that? I don't know. Either way. We'll ignore it for now, and if it becomes a problem, then I'll address it later. But for now, let's just blaze on forward as if we didn't see anything at all. And now, we make it a smile. Oh, yep, see, there's something going on there. Oh. Oh, right, okay, that's weird. Here, I think I should... Like here, if I switch over to this viewport, this will make it a little easier. There should be a point where these points just combine. Oh. There, I guess, maybe. Ah, yes, okay, these... Let me scale on the x-axis. 0. That looks like the point where they connect. Oh. Yeah, there's like double the edges here. Okay. I'm gonna simplify this. I'm just gonna apply that mirror modifier. Make everything actual. And go through here and delete all those extra lines. Oh, wow, that was easy. That was real easy. Alright. Oof, done. Now we're starting to get somewhere creepy. Yeah, you guys were right on the money with this. Switching over to the mouth instead of the eyes makes so much more sense. And it makes it so much creepier, too. Ugh. It's a little weird here, though. Let's just bring this in. Bring that out. Bring just these interior ones in just the tiniest little bit. Hey, thanks, Tenebris. Thanks. Thank you. I'm glad I could, help out. This has been good chatting. Good chatting. Alright, Levi. Gotta go again. That's fine. we always all come back. Yeah, see you later too, Bad Times. It was good chatting again. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Type into a square select and we'll be able to deselect the vertices. Right, yes. That's always a handy tool that I forget about. Oh yeah, of course. I'm glad. It's good just to, sit and chat sometimes, Sometimes you just need to take the time to sit down and talk with someone. I'm glad I could sit down and talk with you guys. Yeah, no, I can't wait to see how that model comes out. I'm sorry I don't have any other forms of communication you use, but I mean that's fair. Social media is a bit of a nightmare right now. Let's see. I think I might be able to. Oh wait, I gotta do this again. But now that everything's been cleaned up, this shouldn't cause any issues. Alright, face select, that, insert, keep them connected. Switch over to normals, yeah, normals. Scale that up. But the eyes, I'm not sure. That's not bad. Maybe I should make it a little bit more rounded off, though. There we go. Nice. Okay, you guys' suggestions with the mouth was definitely the right way to go. Alright, let's see. Let me real quick, let's move this around over into the actual light. Get a bit of a test view going. Wait, I guess I should stay in material view here. Put this camera into an actual final render. Oof, alright. It's looking pretty interesting. Does look like it's definitely going to need to be brought down, comparing its size to some of these other ones. Bigger than that. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. I think if I skip to, where was it? This point. We got the camera view back here. Looking at it now, though, I don't I don't think I see a reasonable way I'm gonna get this thing to fit in here properly. So I might need to swap places with, like, the lamp. Or, I guess I could have the mask of the deer not have his antlers. Because I guess the whole point is that it's supposed to be like, oh, it's the bare bones version of the mask. So I guess, yeah, I might just need to do that and then move this guy down to this one. There we go. Oh, it's too big though. A little bit smaller. Right about there. Oh, maybe to maybe to keep it a little bit more back and forth with the design, maybe I'll select all the parts of this lamp, take that around that way, kind of move this over here, and then move all of this over here, and then move this guy in this direction. There we go. That's pretty creepy. That's feeling pretty good. Now we got a whole shelf of masks. And yes, this will definitely play a part in the game. It's a very important part. Oh, yeah, I'd say the eyes are like, I think like an implied void, kind of like a hollow, partially. I got nothing going on. I ain't got no brains. I imagine, you know, trying to go off of the, like, quote-unquote lore of the character. I kind of assumed, you know, build himself up out of wax. They needed to make a slot for an eye, so it's like a large concaved hole, and then whop, some wax sticking up in the middle. Kind of just floating there inexplicably, I guess. And the pupil glowing, I don't know. I've thought about that. I think in my old design the pupil was just a bit of fire, so yeah, it would glow. I think, maybe a little bit, maybe less of the pupil itself glowing and more of kind of light coming out. Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, I never really thought that far. I guess not, probably not, no. Just the fire up above. Ah, well, that's a shame, Bad Times. Maybe you're gonna have to make that game yourself then. Correct that wrong. I think real quick I can make some new test renders of some of the environments. We can get a good look at again as a little refresher, and especially of this second area. Now that we've got the newest character done, we've got the mask form all ready to go. It's a shame you guys can't actually see this test render whenever I'm working on it, because then I'm just kind of sitting there doing nothing. And then rendering slots. Well, I guess that one's slot 3 now. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Good thing I got that. I'm gonna go ahead and get this second shot test rendered. And once that's done, I will then move on to the third one. out, render, go. Oh, nice, wow. That's really quick. All right. Now we can kind of go over some of the areas. So this is the main view. This hasn't really changed much since last time. It's pretty much the same from then. Added, you can see where all those TV comments were coming from. I did add some like decorations to the ceiling and everything in the hallway to try to help liven it up, you know, fill it up a little bit more. I do think I might add a little bit more stuff, but I'm worried that if I add too much, then it's just going to become overcrowded, and you're going to... and then it might be a little too much. Actually trying to get into game development since I've had a passion for it. I just don't have access to necessary stuff to make games. Like a PC. Yeah, that's always the stuff that sucks about any sort of like development stuff. You know, it's hard whenever you don't have the right equipment, but you know, I'm sure at the very least you could find some real cheap, cheap equipment that can work with some really basic software, at least for a good like first go around, you know, before jumping into the big stuff. And then here, yes, this currently does still feel pretty empty, but don't worry, there's going to be a whole bunch of stuff implemented right here in this big empty slot over here. It's going to be very important. But we do now have all 4 character masks all added to the shelf, all ready to go. And I'm pretty happy with how the snail one turned out. It's definitely the creepiest of the bunch. Just a giant vacant smile that you're supposed to look through. Ugh. I think the lamp really helps. No, yeah, I can relate to that. I've been job hunting for so long at this point. I can't find a job anywhere. I can't find employment anywhere, and I am broke. Maybe. Well, we'll see. Right now it's empty, but don't worry, there's already some planned stuff that's gonna fill out most of it, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe I can add some stuff around it. I'm gonna need decorations of some kind to fill in the empty space. Yeah, we got that, and then boom, this one's the exact same. This one hasn't been affected since the last stream, but I'm really happy with how this came out and how this one turned out. Feels just cluttered enough to feel like a proper spare room, just filled with random junk. Well, also still maintaining a lack of visual clutter. You know, good clutter, but not bad clutter. If that makes any sense at all. Got a couple of endoskeletons sitting over here on these desks too. Little hints to them. Not too up front, not too obvious, but they're there. Oh, well, kind of back. Well, kind of welcome back then. Let's see, where are we going? Ooh, look at that. We just passed the 4-hour mark. Yeah. Congrats to us. This feels pretty good. Man, I was hoping to go a good deal past the 4-hour mark, but I mean, I kind of got everything I needed to get done today. You know, the whole stream was dedicated to getting that character done, and they're done. We even got the mask done, got everything implemented. So, you know, I think we're coming up on the end of the stream now. Then, you know, I think we might be rounding it off now. Oof, we'll make sure that guy's hidden. Don't have to worry about rendering that guy when he's not even on screen. But yeah, I think that's mostly it. Oh, hey, hey, Mikola, you're back. You're back for the end of the stream. Ah, yes, thank you. Good early good morning to you too, and good evening, and good night, and good everything. Oh, yep, there it is. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and we can do this. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun. This has been great. I've been really enjoying this. We got some good conversation in today. We got more new people to talk to. Thankfully, I was still able to hit that 4-hour mark that I definitely want to continue to hit. You know, maintain that as much as I can. But we finished that. We finished that character model. Not from complete beginning. We did get a decent head start on that character in the last stream, towards the tail end of it. That shell. Oh man, I'm so glad I got that shell figured out last time. I would have been dreading that coming up on this stream, but it was pretty simple, you know. Got it done real quick. Didn't have to futz with it or change anything. It was just done. That was it. Material for it too. I'm glad I was able to reuse that one. Oh yes, the shelf. Yes, of course, we've got the shelf back. Shelves on shelves on shelves on shelves, as always. You need a shelf for your shelf. Shelves. Who knows? Maybe I'll put together a little fake ad for one of the points in the game. Maybe there'll be a trailer, and there'll be a little shelves on shelves joke. But I think that's it. Trying to give everyone a chance to, you know, acknowledge that the stream has come to a close, giving anyone a chance to say any final words. Letting y'all know I do plan on streaming tomorrow. Yeah, unless something comes up, I should be streaming tomorrow too. Oh yeah, midway, and that could be pretty fun. I'll have to keep that in mind. Oh hey, oh right, yeah, the model. Not sure. You said you don't have any social media. I don't know. Hey, don't worry, Michaela. Don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure. It's a shame the chat doesn't have any sort of a... Chat doesn't have like a system for sending screenshots, which, I mean, is understandable. You know, people would definitely abuse that if that was the case. Huh. I don't know. I mean, my platforms, I've got a Twitter, same stuff there. I've got an Instagram. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. That could work. Oh yeah, bad times. Next stream, I should, like I said before, I'll be streaming tomorrow. That's the plan for the next stream, unless something happens, you know. Here, now let me check my page, see if I've got an email there. Let's see. Hey, yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll add my business email, you know, to my bio. So you can email me there. Does that sound good? As soon as pretty soon after the stream goes down, you should definitely see that pop up. I think that'll be a decent way. I mean, I know there are plenty of people who put emails in bios, you know, like work stuff. Oh, it should just be my. If you go to my YouTube channel, it should be just right up there, you know, with everything, like a description. I guess a description. A description makes a lot more sense. The description of the entire channel. I kind of forget that we have that. It's a handy little tool. I mean, it's basically just a bio, but it's called the description. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that'll be. Ah, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and just update that now? I might as well. Let's see, where is all this stuff? Man, sometimes navigating YouTube's editing page is a little cumbersome. Where is it? Oh, maybe under. Maybe this makes sense. Ah, here we go. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you. Oh yeah, I can't believe you're making a model of my character. That's a lot of fun. But, yes, here we go. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Alright, there we go. Alright, I've got my work email up. That's there, available as needed. But yeah, thanks everyone for the chatting. It's been a lot of fun. Tenverse, I'm glad we could talk back and forth. You know, sounds like you got a lot going on, so I hope you're doing all right. You know, but hey, you know, everything will get better. I can promise you that. You know, things are bleak. You know, but there's always a bright side to every situation. I can promise you that. Yeah, of course. All right. Well, I'll be seeing you guys next time. I think that'll be it. Hopefully I'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. As long as nothing goes wrong and I can stream uninterrupted. Bye-bye. God, I gotta stop stealing that from Mark.